Hi, gorgeous. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And if no one has told you, I want you to know that you are important, you are loved, you are supported, and you are beautiful. Okay? I wanted to thank you for tuning into today's reading and hope you find some messages that suit you. For those of you who are new, welcome. My name is Gems, spelled with a J. I tend to do a lot of pick a card readings, so if you'd like to check them out, I have a playlist down below. Also, for those of you who are interested in donating, I have an Amazon wish list with some of my desired tarot card decks and oracle cards. I also have some little charms in there. I have some astrology dice. And then I have also, I want to include little like things to put over each pile to help you guys choose. So if you would ever be interested in purchasing one of those things for me, I would truly appreciate it. Of course, it's not expected. I also have a Cashapp in the description. Know that all donations to me are greatly appreciated, but they're not expected. I do not expect them. I am truly grateful for you to just be watching my video, honestly. And for you to be sharing your energy with me today. So before we get into this reading, I want to cleanse our energy. So let's all take a deep breath together. Ready? Okay. Okay. So today we are going to be talking about, especially since this is going to be a deep reading, we're going to be talking about what you need to know about this separation. So, we have pile 1 here with a tower, a white calcite tower. I wish you would focus. It would be greatly appreciated. It's a little dirty, but it's pretty. I want, yeah. Well, so that's the one you have here. We also have a card to help you pick. We have the Death card. Scorpio energy. Death card basically talks about transformation, some great transformation. Basically a butterfly. So if any of those things connect to you, pile 1 will be your reading. Then we have this little stone that I got from a science, what is it? National Historical Museum. Forgot what it's called. Where they like sell these rocks and they tell you they're from like freaking the moon or something like that. I forgot what it's called, but it's like this really like sparkly rock. I don't know if it has any meaning or energy or healing things with it, but I just found it interesting, so I wanted to pick it for pile 2. We also have the Page of Wands. So setting on a journey of action, some sort of beginning of action page, setting out for adventure. If that represents you, this could be your reading. We also have here a little happy Buddha. He's chilling with a travel bag. He's ready to go. He's ready to set out on an adventure. He looks like he's got an ice cream cone or some sort of food in his hand, and he's happy. So that could be pertaining to you. We also have 2 cards for this pile. We had first came out was the Chariot, and then underneath that was the 8 of Swords in reverse, actually. I remember it was in reverse. So the Chariot, I believe, I forgot what the Chariot is. I'm pretty sure this is also about setting out for adventure. Ready to go. The Chariot, I believe, is... Give me one moment. I apologize. I really don't get this card much. Oh, it's Cancer. Okay, so conquest, control, victory, motivation. Maybe, it's like the Eight of Swords is basically all these swords are falling down and you're finally being able to move and recover from something. I assume this separation. And then the Chariot is like, now you're starting to get motivation and you're ready to conquer the world. So if that pertains to you, pile 3, well, whoever picks pile 3, that is for you. So, while you are deciding which pile to pick, I wanted to mention I have a Depop account. I sell crystals, similar to some of the ones that you see on my channel. I also sell personal readings, so if you're ever interested in me reading for you, check this account out. I am only the one that has this account and nothing else. Make sure the title is the same. Don't get fooled by these other people, these people who try to impersonate. And I also have an Instagram. It's in the description as well. Check it out. I might ask some questions of what people want to see in my readings. So I would love to know what your opinion is. Anyways, let's get into this reading. Hello, pile 1, and if you chose the Tower, white calcite crystal, with the death card underneath it, this will be your reading about your separation. So, excuse me. Hi, Scorpio. Hi. You know, I'm a Scorpio too, so stick around if you are interested. Welcome, other Scorpio. So I mean, you might not be a Scorpio, but you could have strong Scorpio placements, being that the death is basically representing Scorpio, and we have time to release negativity, full moon in Scorpio. Maybe you have a moon in Scorpio. I took this section to represent our viewer, so you, and this other side is supposed to represent who you separated from, but it could possibly be switched around, so you get to choose which side you are. One of the things about this is change. There's a big change happening. It might have happened abruptly and not expected. Maybe it was something very drastic and really devastating, like this separation. And maybe it has caused you a lot of pain and sadness. It was a real shocker, you know, something that has disrupt your path that you are taking, but for the right reasons. You are meant for something more. And I know it sucks because, you know, you were expecting a different route, or you're expecting a different future, possibly with this person, and it's saying, no, this isn't your path, this person isn't for you, or something is better to come. There are good things coming that are meant for you. You are meant to go through this separation to grow, to change, to become a better person, to release your gifts and talents. You have an amazing energy to just want to do like the greatest, but you haven't reached that potential yet. You haven't like sought after that. You haven't you kind of pushed it aside possibly for this person. And maybe, you know, felt trapped or felt less than. But it's not, that's not who you're meant to be. That's not the position you were supposed to be in. I'm definitely getting you've went through some sort of realization. Maybe a realization that you haven't seen before and you got to really see who this person is. Or a realization of who you are. You started to realize and understand who you really are. You went through an awakening to see your true colors and see how wonderful and how much you deserve respect. You found your sense of belief and found your sense of belief in having and understanding your sense of self-worth based on your gifts and talents and strong connections to source. Like, maybe you have a excuse me, maybe you have a great intuitive understanding, or maybe you've recently opened your third eye, or maybe you started noticing signs that has helped you through this challenging separation. And your spirit guides are here to let you know that this was all meant to happen to teach you something greater. You will come out of this 100% a completely different but better person, for the better. Like, you will literally it's like a butterfly. It's like a little pretty butterfly. It's like you used to be a caterpillar, you couldn't really protect yourself. You couldn't really, you were very maybe vulnerable, and a lot of people came at you, but you stick through it, and finally now you're going through this drastic change where you're going to become like this beautiful butterfly, and you're going to be stronger, you're going to be more beautiful, you're going to be more confident, you're going to be more, like, you're going to know your self-worth, and you're not going to let anybody mess with you, I'm definitely getting also that it is time for you to release negativity. Possibly maybe this person had their own insecurities or their own negativity that has been pushed on you or has been spread on you. We also have a lot of like pinkish purple. Let's see what that color means. I didn't read the description. It says pink is frequently associated with love, sweetness, nurturing, and compassion. Pink roses are often associated with affection and gratitude. In astrology, pink is aligned with the planet Venus, which rules our aesthetics and love. Rose quartz, a popular crystal known for a light pink hue, is said to be useful for connecting to matters of the heart, boosting feelings of self-love. Brightening shades of pink like magenta and fuchsia convey a sense of excitement, while lighter shades of pink are often used to bring feelings of relaxation into the environment. Did I not just say I literally talked about self-love, and it was saying also that's crazy. Okay, this card says being able to believe that you are worthy of self-love and because of your talents and gifts. And then this card says a realization, going through a process of awareness, and it says our heart-centered truth. Like, the green is to represent our heart chakra. So it's just funny that this card mentions both. Like, it talks about, it says aligned with the planet Venus and represents your love, and also says useful for connecting to the manners of the heart. And this also says heart too. Maybe you're opening your heart. Maybe you are sorry, excuse me, I don't know why I keep coughing. Maybe you are realizing who to give your love and compassion to. I think you're a very sweet, kind, loving person. I think you're very nurturing, possibly a divine feminine, or have very divine feminine features. You're very nurturing, very loving, very giving.
you honestly probably give everything away and you don't ever take anything, and maybe you put all your feelings aside for this person, and your spirit guides were like, nah, girl, you ain't doing that anymore. Like, time to switch it up, because your world isn't meant for other people. Your world is meant for you, you know? Maybe you're a very people pleaser, you know, you're always like caring about what other people think about you, or you always want to see the best in people and always hoping to see the best in people. And, you know, that's a great quality. It's very sweet and compassionate, but you're putting a lot of effort into other people rather than yourself. You know, don't put yourself aside, because you putting yourself aside is basically telling yourself, your subconscious, that you don't think you are worthy enough to put your feelings first, to put your needs first. I don't know what is going on with my throat. Maybe it's very difficult for you to talk about things with this person. Maybe this person doesn't really like to hear you out or listen to what you have to say. I also just wanted to let you know that if you ever, you know, need advice or just want like somebody to talk to, or like a shoulder to cry on, like, I'm here for you. Leave me some messages. I will respond. I know it's a difficult time. I went through something very similar. This whole reading reminds me of myself. I'll try not to put my feelings or experience onto this, but I do feel like there is some sort of connection. Also, with like the golden egg, it's like you've been trapped in this wall of like protection, possibly from this person. And like a wall, like basically like trapping you there, because maybe this could be a family related, this could be a parent, also possibly. We have authority, and like the parent has kept you in this bubble, this like egg, cradling you, hugging you, like doesn't want you to go anywhere and really holding on to you. And it's like suffocating you. It's not letting you get to where you have to go, your destiny. And I think you are breaking this wall. You are tearing down the wall, and you're finally becoming the butterfly that you were destined to be. It also talks about, focusing in on your heart. Possibly maybe look up heart chakra, how to strengthen your heart chakra. Maybe you've been crying a lot and you've been enduring a lot of pain, that you like feel it in your heart, you know? Have you ever hurt so bad that it's like your heart physically hurts? Maybe that's another reason why it's like it's time to heal your heart, gain back the pieces and put the heart back together. But yeah, with the golden egg, it's like a spiritual representation. It doesn't really have any sign towards it. It's more just a like a spirit guide or spirit like representation. This could be a representation of your subconscious, or the spirit angels around you, but like giving you advice. And it's saying to meditate, like sit down with yourself and really go through an introspection. I really think that this whole change is gonna happen because you're gonna start to reflect on yourself a lot more. You're gonna look inward and ask yourself questions. You're gonna ask yourself, why did I do these things? You know, why did I decide to let this person walk all over me? Why did I decide to, why did I get offended by that? Why did I feel like I had to take control of the situation, and really look deep within you. And it could possibly be from relationships with your parents, relationships with your family. A lot of the time, the way your family acts, or the way that you act towards your family, or the way that their family acts towards you, usually is represented in relationships and how you react with other people. So you could always take a look into that. The golden egg just wants you to really sit with yourself. Don't do much. Sit inside. I know it's really hard to sit with yourself sometimes in going through the pain and like really sitting with yourself and suffering and really crying and stuff. But trust me, letting those emotions out, letting those feelings out will make you stronger. You'll look, I swear to God, don't even, like, I was in your position. I know I'm putting my experience on, but I was in your position not too long ago, and I thought it was the end of the world. I literally thought I could never freaking recover. I was like, I will always be sad. This is the worst thing possible. And things will get easier, because the more you look back, the more you realize things that have happened and the reason to why this separation had to happen. You'll realize that it's like, actually, yeah, this decision, this was better for me. And I'm happy that this happened because it made me such a stronger person. And also, I know it's sad with this person. Like, this person isn't a bad person, They just have their flaws. Like everybody, everybody has their flaws. Nobody's perfect. People make mistakes. And it's not good to be so hung up on them. You could forgive this person. You don't have to hold a grudge with this person, or, be like, oh, I will never forgive this person for whatever they did. It's good to forgive for you so you could move on. Doesn't mean that this person has to be in your life. You could forgive from a distance, And of course, there's been plenty of times where you've tried to talk things out and it just didn't work out, You tried to speak up for yourself, and this person didn't let you. And that's not in your path. Your path is for you to have self-love, to have confidence. This person didn't want you to have those things. They didn't want you to speak up, And it's not fair. They can't control you. A lot of control I'm getting from this. Authority, trying to tell you what to do. Somebody who has power over you. Possibly they had power over you. I think they have a lot of love for you. And they care about you. Maybe that's the reason why they wanted to control you. But that's not what a relationship is. You can't go into relationships thinking that you can change the person, or that you could tell them what to do. They have their own life. People live their own life. You could suggest things, but it doesn't mean that they have to take it. I think you both have to release this connection, because we both have what do you need to release and what time. It's time to release negativity. So I think you guys just have to release each other. You guys have to let go and move on. Obviously, it's going to take time. This could be freshly out the freaking, oven, possibly. Maybe you guys just recently separated, and it's really difficult for you, and that's why you possibly have sought out to this video to watch to help you. And like I said, it's going to take time. Sit with yourself, meditate, sit through it, cry, write, journal. Journal helps so much. You have no idea. Journaling, I know it's annoying and it's like so stupid. Why do I have to journal? But like, buy a book, go to Target, all right? treat yourself. Go to Target, buy the cutest notebook you see, right? Buy a cute little candle, buy a fuzzy little blanket, come back home, sit in your room, light that bad boy up, and sit with yourself in this cozy blanket and just start writing to yourself, you know? Think of yourself as another person, how you would communicate with yourself. Like, treat yourself as you were a friend. And just write down how you're feeling. Write down how you're feeling. Write down what you're thinking. Write down your dreams. Dreams are your daily life, like, are your subconscious trying to communicate to you. So definitely write down your dreams. I recently, today, had the craziest dreams. And I have no idea what they were about. But I remember waking up very, like, droggy or uncomfortable. So I think they were... I don't know what is going on. Hold on. I need to clear my, like, throat. Give me a sec. Alright. Clear my throat. So, on to the turtle. I will talk about both simultaneously. But with the turtle, I'm possibly getting Pisces energy. I usually take... could also be Cancer or Scorpio as well. We definitely have water signs with the turtle. But it's... this person might also be a little bit more grounded. So having more earth energies... possibly has a moon in Taurus, moon in, or ascendant in an earth sign. So Taurus, Capricorn, or Virgo. So we had passion, and then we had, when passion first came out, it was in reverse. So maybe this person didn't really have a lot of passion towards you, or didn't show a lot of passion. I think they did in the beginning. And, like, it was more out of, like, lust and, what did it say? Lust and infatuation. So, like, this person definitely was, like, found you attractive. And I think they, like, in the beginning wanted to... It's kind of, like, fucked up. Excuse my language. It's kind of messed up, but wanted to, like, conquer you, I guess. Because they found you attractive, or maybe there's competition or some sort of thing. And I think they, like, you guys grew into a relationship and found love for each other. And, you know, you did have some love. I definitely think that you guys did love each other. But I think it grew out into more of possession. And you guys had each other because you guys didn't want... the fear of being alone. You know, you didn't want to be alone. So you guys stayed together, possibly searching out for somebody else. I feel like definitely that's more out on this turtle energy. I don't think those ways about the golden egg. I feel like it's a little bit more on the turtle side, where the turtle didn't really put in as much effort as they did in the beginning, or they're a very physical being. They think more physically than mentally. So I'm definitely getting divine masculine. But that could have been that they just liked to hold on to you because they liked the control over you, or they liked that they could do whatever they want, and then they still have you on the sidelines, you know, for them. Those are the dark attributes. Obviously, this person also has light attributes. This person is very passionate about, you know, possibly their career, possibly their physique. Maybe I'm definitely getting that they like to work out. I mean, there's a strength card, and it talked about strength as well in another card right here, power. I'm strong. So maybe they like to work out, or maybe they push that idea onto you as well. I don't think that this person had your best interest involved. I don't think they really cared about your best interest. I think they only cared about their best interest. And I think losing you and your separation has made them second guess and think that they're not strong enough, or made them think that, you know, they're weak, or that they took a hit, obviously, but they are thinking that, I think because of that, your separation, now they're going to start looking inward. And I know I don't think they're going to look and change as much as you did, or as much as you will. I really think that you are going to go through a drastic change, but this person it's going to be a little harder for them to change. And like the fact that it had to take a separation for this person to change shows that this person is very difficult to change. This person is very closed-minded, or possibly closed-minded. I think they might be open-minded to like ideas, but when it comes to anything that's about them, they can't take like criticism. I think they're very like insecure and use their strength to what is that word called? Compensate. Oh gosh. So I think this person maybe has lost physical I don't know, honestly. Maybe this person, like I was saying, I think this person's very physical. So possibly, instead of physically changing mentally, like, instead of changing mentally, like their mindset and how they are controlling, they kind of at first maybe went physically and were like, oh, well, this person broke up with me because I don't look good, you know, or I got heavy, or that I'm not strong enough to protect them, even though it was completely not that. It's like you have lost the entire point. Like you're on another world. You know, you don't understand like at all, and it's like it's just a wall. You're talking to a wall. But I think this person will find the strength when looking deep within and possibly find what is missing, and maybe look a little bit more mentally and mature a bit during this separation. I think they are still not over you, of course. I definitely think that they are struggling to get past you, and I think they used physical, like working out, to try to get over you, or oh my god, or lust and hooking up with other people to try to get over you, which is not healthy. But I mean, you guys aren't together. Like, if you guys just broke up, then that's okay. That's a red flag. But, you know, if you guys aren't together and you haven't been for, like, a couple weeks or, like, a month, then, like, you shouldn't be worried about whatever this person's doing. And, like, they shouldn't be worried about what you're doing either. You could possibly be talking to other people as well. So, I think this person has a lot of things to resolve, a lot of issues to look within. I think they were also, I'm getting like earth sign. I think they're more of like, I think they were controlling, but I also think that they were like giving. They gave a lot with like money wise. Like maybe they paid you, maybe they paid for your things, maybe they constantly paid for your things and didn't want you to ever pay for their things because they possibly were insecure about it. And not being able to pay for your things made them feel like they're not man enough to like pay for your things. Like maybe they had a very insecure masculine energy. I think they have a lot to work on. But I think this person is learning. I think this person will learn. They had to learn the hard way, obviously. And, it sucks, and maybe you had to bring that on to them because you were, like, sick of it, or it just lashed out randomly, whatever this disruption was. Possibly, maybe it was, I don't see any cards that represent it, but my intuition, infidelity, I think that's like when you, like talking to somebody else, possibly while you guys were dating, and, obviously that is a mistake, It obviously is, and there's nothing to it. It's not something that you should do in a relationship, but sometimes it happens, and especially in like when you haven't been in a lot of relationships, you don't understand that and how it brings onto other people, and or how it affects the people around you. And maybe that's something that you've had to learn from, either the golden egg or the turtle. Either one of you, maybe that was the disruption. And yeah, so maybe that destroyed this person, or maybe that destroyed this person. But either way, it has made you look inward, both of you, and questioning yourself, why did this happen? What was in a relationship that made this disruption happen? Why was our relationship susceptible to this disruption? What else could I say? I'm going to say a couple more things, and then I'm going to move on to our tarot cards. So, I think this person is learning to be more loving, to understand that love isn't lust or temptation or infatuation. Love is more than that. Love is a connection. Love is, no matter the difficulties, no matter the hard aches, and no matter like the difficult moments, you guys still work together to fix it. It's not just on one person. It's not just all about the turtle, You guys should work together, communicate, talk to each other. People have different ideas. People have different perspectives, I think this person was very resistant to listening to the golden egg's opinion. I think maybe they were like the type of person that like in the moment would fight with you and be like, "Oh no, you're not right. Like you're not." And just ignore you. But then later on you'll see and like you'll notice that they'll say the same thing that you said to somebody else. And you're just like, "You just fought with me like 2 minutes ago about how I was wrong, yet you're going to take my side now and like use my perspective." It's just like, it's funny. It's because this person just didn't want for you to be right. Like they maybe they felt like you're always right, or maybe they were annoyed that you're always trying to prove that you're right. So they just like, ignore you. But in other cases, maybe they're just, maybe they always thought you were right, but they just didn't want to tell you because they didn't want to boost your ego. Yeah, okay, that is all I have for this. I'm going to move on to your tarot cards now. Let's pull some messages. Actually, no, we're going to pull your tarot cards first. So if you want to take a picture now. Also, for the golden egg, there's a lot of good things coming to you. There's amazing gifts coming to you. There's going to be some sort of big change, greatness. You are meant for greatness. Not that this person isn't also. I think that this connection and separation was meant for you both to learn from it. I think this person, you guys are just on different paths. I don't think that this person's not, like, I'm not saying that this person isn't as good as you are. Like, I honestly, people are just different sometimes. People see things differently. Maybe I'm a little biased because I understand this side more than I understand this side. I know fire signs and earth signs tend to be a little bit more physical rather than emotional. And I understand the emotional side more. So it's difficult for me to understand what this person may be thinking. I don't think that this person's a bad person. I think they have a lot of insecurities or issues that they got to resolve first. I think everybody does, I think it was just meant for this to happen so they could see those things. I think I'm getting a lot of fire sign. They could also have fire sign within them. I'm getting more of like, they like to protect you. They like to, watch over you. They worry about you. Maybe they worry that, I don't know, like, they're just worried. They think love is control, and it's not, I think this person is trying to gain more love for themselves as well. I think they need to release their insecurities to end up being their great, emperor. I think they're trying to become an emperor. I think they, like to be respected, like to be wise and smart about their decisions. I think they just aren't at that point yet. And they needed this, they needed this to wake them up. So good things are going to happen to you, golden egg. Good things are coming. And it looks like a car. You could be getting a car. You could be, maybe Christmas is coming up. Something is coming towards you. Something good. It doesn't have to be materialistic. It could be like a career. It could be happiness, Okay, I'm going to clean this up. And I'll be back with your tarot cards. I tend to like forget what I'm going to say, and then I always end up repeating myself, but I also wanted to say that the turtle is very passionate. Like, I think they have a passionate when it comes to adventure. I think they are like an adventurer. I think they like to go out and do things. I think they're have like a fire in their stomach. I think they always want to go do things with you, possibly. Maybe that's what the relationship was like. And like, it didn't even have to be things to spend money on. Maybe they just liked to where did the book go? Maybe they just liked to, I think they were very passionate. Maybe they liked going on romantic dates, and showing you what they could bring. But I feel that has changed. People change, things change. It sucks because it was, such a good time or such a good moment you guys had good memories. But they'll always be there, those memories. Doesn't mean that you should be rung up on the past, You're going to make new memories in the present with other people. Doesn't mean that you don't have to be friends with this person. You could be still friends with this person. Like, you'll still have love for this person. You always will. This person had a very big part of your life, important role, and you could love them from a distance. You could check up on them. I would wait. If this separation is frankly new, I would not message them, because it's just going to think that you're coming back. I would wait some time. I would wait a couple months and be like, oh, hey, how are you doing? And that's it, Doesn't mean that you guys might not be able to be friends in the future. Like, things change. What was I going to say? Another thing I wanted to mention. This, with the whole idea of it being maybe a parental guardian that's possibly we're getting a reading of. Instead of it being love, maybe it was more of like, the person having control over you and like wanting to control you. And this separation could just be like you moving or you going away for college or something, and it's upsetting. But it will make them change and realize, like, you aren't a kid anymore. You are an adult. You are, they might be worried about you. They might be worried about what will happen at college. Maybe they had a lot of past traumas and possibly they put them onto you. They just worry about you, and they want you to be smart. They don't want you to be stupid like they were when they were a kid. They got into this bad, and they don't even have to be stupid. Sometimes bad things just happen, and they just want you to be safe. They want you to be careful. They want you to be on your guard. They don't want you to have to live through what they did, And that's why they're on top of you. And I would listen to them, Listen to what they're saying, because they're right, like, especially when it comes to that aspect, like, college may seem safe, but there's a lot of messed up, sketchy things in the world, and especially when you're young, you don't understand. But trust me, it's serious. It's like you gotta be careful, and know who you're surrounding yourself with. For example, recently, I'll just tell you this quick story. One of my sister's friends that she wasn't really close with her. She was kind of like acquaintance. And the girl was like kind of crazy, and she had a lot of issues, and got involved in a lot of bad things. I think she had a really messed up childhood. She didn't really have, I think, great parents, because clearly they didn't teach her from right from wrong. And she's the type of girl that thinks that she needs to be physically attractive in order for any guy to look at her. She had to like get her boobs done, always have makeup on, always have her hair done, and and she had to act stupid, in order to get a guy. And she finds this guy, right? The guy turns out to have, by the way, they're like 30 years old, maybe even older. And she's lived like this her whole life. She's never realized that, maybe you don't have to show everything, to get a guy. Maybe, there's some guys out there that will like you for your personality. But, anyways, she gets this guy. This guy tells her that he's in love with her, blah, blah, blah. Turns out he has a wife and a kid while he's seeing her. And she doesn't really, like, care. She still is like, oh, I'm in love with him. I still love him, all this stuff. Like, brainwashed. And I think it's because either, I think she had some father issues, so that's why maybe she goes after really messed up guys. But, turns out the guy ends up trying to kill her and kills the wife. No joke. I literally know these people. Like, life is crazy. You gotta really be careful of who you surround yourself with. If you see the red flags, notice them. Pay attention. Because your body's trying to tell you. But yeah, he ends up stabbing her. Like, she almost died. And then he killed the wife. I don't know what happened to the kid. The poor kid, literally, I feel so bad for the child. I can't even imagine what their life is going to be like in the future. And then he killed himself. And so now she's in the hospital. Like, it's crazy, like, it's crazy. You really got to be careful who you surround yourself with. And he might have not been a bad person. He might have just had a crazy outburst of just, like, something must have crazy happened to him to make him do this thing, And obviously, like, I don't think a person in their right mind would do that. I think he definitely had issues. But, like, she never expect that to happen, It doesn't mean that she's stupid and that she, like, oh, it's her fault that she got into this. She didn't know. She just ignored the red flag. She was in love with him, Like, that's, people go through mistakes. Like, people live through these moments, Like, and you don't understand it until you live through a moment yourself. And then you realize, like, wow, like, you'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe I was that stupid to fall for it. But you have to understand that these people, some people are very good at the game. Some people know how to control, how to manipulate you, how to control you. Like, you really just have to be careful. And I don't want you to be, like, paranoid, but understand, if this resonates with you, understand why your parent is possibly, always worried about you, always wants to hold you, wants to protect you. It's because you're their baby, Like, they don't want to see the same things happen to you. Okay, I'm gonna move on. You get this. You get it. Okay, so these two, the connection between the two of you, the relationship. Okay, I'm definitely getting this as a love connection that you've had with this person. Let's ask, I didn't really get to ask, but I'm going to keep this card out. Why did this separation happen? I'm gonna pull out 8 cards. Six of Pentacles. We got a lot of Earth already, so definitely getting some Earth signs in here. The person definitely probably has a moon, Earth moon or something. Maybe this is their thoughts, like what they were thinking. Because usually moon goes with like inner thoughts, inner feelings, inner emotions. One more for the top row. Maybe this, you know, maybe this person did have a lot of love for you, and they just didn't know how to fix it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, we got the Magician. Maybe they just really didn't know how to fix it. Like, they just couldn't understand. They couldn't understand you, you know, and maybe that was the disruption. Like, they could just never understand and how you were feeling. We're getting a lot of Pentacles. Maybe career has guided you differently. Maybe you guys both have different careers. 2 more cards, please. Seven of Swords, okay. Oh, no! The Death card came out again, but I'm not going to take it. Just so you're aware. This card also came out, and this card came out twice already, so I'm going to take it. It came out before when I was shuffling for the card to put underneath, it came out underneath the Death card. So I will definitely take it. We don't have any 3 of Swords or or any cards like that, so I don't think it was infidelity. I don't think that there was cheating or anything like that, because it's not showing. Yeah, let's look more into this. Okay, so the fact that the Lovers came out, and the Lovers is such a powerful card, it's like one of the major arcanas, there was definitely strong love, whether it was in the beginning or whether you guys still had love for each other at the end. Maybe you had more love for them and they kind of wooed you. Maybe by their looks or their personality or... but with the Lovers card, we have... it says unification, choices, and harmony and relationships. It also said the love represents the unity of duality. So like Gemini energy we have here. They signify a force that binds 2 entities together to create a wholeness, whether it be a relationship, an event, a personal decision, or ideas. So we're definitely getting a relationship. The Lovers ask you to have an open communication with yourself and examine your motives, values, and what, when contemplating with path you should take. So maybe you both contemplated whether we should stay together, whether we should separate. Maybe you guys talked about it together. Maybe it was very difficult for you guys to have open communication and say what you felt, because maybe the person just didn't want to hear it. I think you guys are both looking at, like, you're contemplating, like, maybe you also were, like, really upset because you worked so hard with this relationship that you were just like, after this relationship, I won't be with somebody else because, like, I put so much effort into this person, and, like, the fact that it didn't work out is just, like, no relationship will ever work out. And that's not the case. It just didn't work out because you're not meant to be with this person. You know, you will find someone else that it will be effortlessly to be with them. It won't be hard work. It won't be the struggling. Unification, choices, harmony, relationship. And then the Seven of Pentacles. So basically, it also talked about, there was a lot of cards that said greedy. I think the Magician in reverse says greedy, and the Ace of Pentacles also says greedy. And some sort of corruption. I think this person was greedy with you. It might have been Six of Pentacles, actually. Yeah, greed, cruelty. Greed, cruelty, greed, cruelty. Both of these say the same thing. So, I think this person was very greedy with you. I think this person was very greedy, took a lot from you. I think they only thought about themselves. Like I said, I think the reason they did, though, is I don't think they're a bad person. You know, I know you were probably like, oh, they're not a bad person. Like, you know, I think they were putting their energy into this connection in a wrong way. Like, maybe in a previous relationship they've had, they put all their effort and put so much effort in and, like, you know, tried so much with this person. And then now with you, maybe they thought like, oh, well, I got screwed in the past and this person didn't love me enough because I gave everything. Now I'm not going to give at all, and now it's going to be all about me. You know, so maybe that's why this relationship happened the way that it did. And you tried to communicate and that you needed your needs, and they just were never met up. I think this person had a lot of insecurity still revolving on a past relationship or this relationship, or even from some other thing, and they were quite cruel to you. I think they took it out on you. I think they might have passed their insecurities. I think they maybe made you feel insecure. I think they wanted you to stay under their wing. They wanted to control you. They wanted you to think that you're less than, so you will stay with them, because they didn't think that they were good enough for you. They saw your potential and they were like, nope. They were trying to keep you away from it as quickly as possible and as far as possible. They wanted you to think that you weren't good enough so that you would stay with them. It's really toxic. I think they liked the power over you. They liked having power. They liked paying for your things. I think also it came with, like, this person paid for your stuff not because they wanted to for you. They wanted to, like, ensure that to themselves that they, like, you know, are manly enough to pay for your things or something. I mean, it's upright, so maybe this person is going through this reevaluation of trying to become the King of Pentacles. Possibly. I think this, instead of understanding in a relationship, you know, not to control the other person, I think this person, you, like, the separation between the two of you has, like, stabbed them in the back, and they're like, you know, they didn't expect this to happen, and they're really, like, questioning. They're like, oh my god, like, was I not powerful enough? Was I not, like, they're really contemplating on, like, their strength. Like, and I don't know why, because it has nothing to do with their strength. Or their wealth. Maybe they think, like, or maybe they try to say that it's that, but they know deep down it's not. Like, they have a lot of insecurities. But I think they are trying to grow. I think they want to be a provider. I think they want to have power. I think they want to be influential to people, but they're just not doing it in the right way. And they think that they have to do it by controlling or by, you know, telling people what to do, but it's not the way to do it. They need to realize and mature and become, they need to work on themselves and understand what they're doing isn't right. Seven of Swords also talked about a similar idea. It says betrayal, escape, deception, irresponsibility. They're not taking responsibility for what they did. They're trying to pin it onto you or made you feel like, you know, it's funny if you ever notice that maybe this person was like manipulative. Ooh, I do not like that. Maybe this person tried to deceive you and, you know, gaslight you. Maybe say like, oh, like, okay, let's say you guys get into a fight, right? Let's say, okay, for drastic representation, this person cheats on you, right? And okay, so this person cheats on you, right? And you're like, I caught you, you cheated on me, like, how can you do this? Like, you're literally valid, all your feelings are valid. And then this person's like, what do you mean, like, I can't believe you looked through my phone, like, how dare how could you do that, like, and like tries to put the blame on you and like completely change the subject into like blaming you for something that literally, like, just like gaslighting you, you know, like trying to be like, oh, like, you looked at my phone, like, oh my god. And then you end up apologizing and you're like, wait, what am I apologizing for? This person cheated on me. Like, you know, don't fall for that crap, because this person's just trying to like direct you in a different path. They're trying to distract you. They're trying to deceive you. They're trying not to take responsibility because they think in their head that they're like this amazing person when they're not. And they need to know that you can't just, you know, do that. Also, what was I gonna say? Damn. I think you are escaping this. You're escaping this toxicity. You're leaving this greediness, this person who had all this control over you, and you're finding your own path. You're picking up the swords. You're picking up your mind, your wiseness, like your sharp mind, and you're taking everything with you and you're leaving. And that's good. You're on the right path, you know. You're finding motivation. You're finding your creativity. Maybe that was lost because you put it all aside for this person. You're very nurturing. There's opportunities. So maybe a reason why this person wanted or did all these things was because they saw that you were nurturing and that you, like, you're very giving and that you're always looking to give and you always put your feelings aside. So they're like, oh, this person's perfect for me because it's all about me, you know? And that's shouldn't be the case, and that's not how any relationship should act, and that's not a healthy relationship. If you ever think that that's okay, your needs should be met as well. Your it's like the Two of Cups, you know, that card where there's two people and they two have cups, both of them have cups, and one's giving and then the other one is receiving. Like, they're both giving each other cups. It's a balance, you know, a balancing act. There shouldn't be anything on more on one side. And if it is, you have a problem, and this person, there's things that need to be worked on. I think you have a lot of opportunities. New opportunities has came after you were being held back by this person. I think you will definitely grow and find better things to do, or get a new hobby that might guide you into, like, great new opportunities. Maybe sit in nature. It was saying to meditate. Maybe sit with nature and sit in nature. Go on a trip. Like, go climbing, go hiking, go, you know, sit in the nature and journal, talk to yourself, read with yourself, you know, spend time with yourself. Yeah. So that is definitely what I am getting. Also, with the Seven of Pentacles, it says mistrust and reevaluation and failure. So, especially since it's by the Lovers, it's obviously signifying that this love has failed. And you're, you know, you guys maybe are contemplating whether you should stay together or not, or have in the beginning, because of some sort of mistrust that happened. Maybe you guys just didn't have trust for each other anymore. You guys didn't trust each other anymore. And one of the most common things that I've learned within a relationship is you need, I think it's like 3 things, right? You need respect, you need loyalty, you need trust, and you need honesty. You have to always be honest with the person, not hold anything back, always be honest. The second you start, you know, saying little lies, trust me, they will only get bigger and bigger and bigger. Don't tempt into lying, especially for, like, little things, like asking what you're wearing or where you're going. Like, don't lie, you know, tell the truth. I remember, for example, my ex, one of my exes made me feel like bad about my, like, figure because I didn't go to the gym or whatever. So they would always be like, oh, like, what are you up to? And I'll be like, oh, I'm working out, because I just didn't want them to know that I wasn't, and I was just relaxing, you know? And I should always be honest. Like, I shouldn't feel like I have to change for this person. Okay, next thing, loyalty. You shouldn't be cheating. You shouldn't be texting other people. You shouldn't be, you know, looking for other people. Because there's obviously something you're missing in this relationship that's making you look to other people. Then we have respect or loyalty. Wait, did I say? Shit, what was this one? Crap. Respect. Obviously, you should respect your partner, respect their boundaries. You crossing their boundaries, that just shows that you have no respect for them. Knowing when the line has been crossed and when to set boundaries, you know. Honesty. Loyalty. Respect. What was this one? Crap. Damn, bro, what? Okay, you get the point. Alright, let's pull out some messages. Oh, trust. Yeah, you should be able to trust the person. Like, how can you be in a relationship when you don't trust them? You know, like, that's such a big aspect to a relationship. How can you be in a relationship if you can't trust them? You know, like, it's literally, you can't have a relationship without trust. That's all I'm gonna say, you know? Okay, so pull a message out for the Lover card. Says go outside and ground yourself in nature. I just literally said that, like, go in nature. Seven of Pentacles. Oh, don't you love when that happens? This card came out first. And this card also came out. This one showed first. It says they're just using you. Yeah, I have a feeling that they just are using you for their gain. You know, all they care about really is themselves. They might be a narcissist. It also says manifest what you want in life. You know, write down what you want, say out loud what you want in a relationship, speak it into the universe. We also have, I am so close to losing it. Maybe this person is like on the bricks of losing it. It could also be you. Maybe you're going through a lot of mental or emotional like feelings. Move slowly and cautiously. I would say to get out of this relationship if you haven't already. And move slowly and cautiously. I think that's more for like moving on. If you're gonna, don't jump right into a new relationship. Sit with yourself. You're only like, maybe you only stayed with this person because you were afraid of being alone. So like right when you guys separated, you're like trying to jump into the next thing. And know that it will not help. You haven't let yourself recover from this relationship, and you will only be upset through this relationship. It's not healthy, because then you're not giving your best to this new person you're talking to. And it just wouldn't, the next relationship won't last because you're not ready for them, you know? King of Pentacles. It says good idea. Maybe this person's trying to become the King of Pentacles, being more respectable, and Spirit's just being like, yeah, you should. It says you're too nice. Maybe you've been very nice to this person. It also says, whoa, okay. It also says drugs. Maybe this person did drugs. Maybe you did drugs with them. And it says, I miss you. So maybe you're currently missing them. But is it worth it? Is going back with them worth it? No, honey, it's not. You know that. You are a badass bitch and you got it, alright? If you need anything, let me know. I got you, okay? Queen. Alright, if you would like to take a picture, go ahead. And now I'm going to move on to your charms, and then we'll be done with this reading. This reading has been very long. I think I spent like 40 minutes plus 20, which is like almost an hour so far on this reading. I think that's actually decent. I think I'm getting shorter and shorter each time I go, which is good because I don't want to have readings where my poor viewer is like falling asleep. I think that's actually what I had a dream about last night. I had a dream that a viewer commented and was like, "This is a good reading," but like I fell asleep 10 minutes in, and I'm like, no, so embarrassing. Yeah, I think that's one of the little dreams I had. Don't mind me. This is how I shuffle. I just don't want the cards to be next to each other because then, like... Alright, let's put out your charms. Your charms, lucky charms. Also, I really want to get these dice. These, like, astrological dice. I think those are things that are so cool. Alright, I'm gonna count to 3, and then I'm gonna pull out a little section. I didn't even count. Your name could start with a K, their name could start with a P. The number 4 is on my hand. We also got K, we also got O. KO! Maybe you KO'd them. Just kidding, don't resort to violence. We got another 4, too. We got a 4 here. We got a 1. Oh, we got 2. Oh my god, maybe 444 is your number, an angel number you have. We got 1. We got 12. Maybe it was a date. We got 50, and we got 20. You know what's so funny? I was getting Aries vibes. That's interesting. Aries. Aries, and it says courageous. Maybe you're dealing with an Aries. Okay, we also got a heart here for love. We also got a dolphin. We got, oh my god, okay, I don't know if you noticed, but I was shuffling those letters and a dolphin came out. So maybe dolphins are significant to you. We got a 4 here. Like 2 dolphins. You know when like people have like love scenes or like marriage, dolphins come out? I don't know why. Maybe some significance of like love, like where they come in together and they shape like a heart. So maybe you'll find your dolphin. You'll find your second half very soon. We got a lucky charms. Maybe you're Irish. Maybe also luck is coming your way. Things will come. Just be patient. We have a mouse. Also, I was shuffling to put for the turtle card, and a mouse came underneath the turtle, so maybe this mouse also represents the person who you're talking to, like the person you separated from. Like they're a mouse. We got... I don't know what the hell this is. This reminds me of, like, spiritual sign or, like, Harry Potter. I don't know. We also got death. So, like, this reminds me of, like, poison. Or, like, maybe this person was poison for you. Death of the separation. You guys ended things. Could also reminds me of drugs. We got a cat. Maybe you have a cat. Maybe they have a cat. We got a butterfly. This is you, honey. This is you. This is who you're going to become, this beautiful butterfly. We also got 2 butterflies. We got a cross. Religious. Maybe somebody's religious. We got 2 crosses. Or having belief. You know, the belief card that came out. Maybe that's showing belief. We have travel. Maybe you're going on a plane ride soon, or maybe somebody's traveling, or maybe you're moving. We got 2 seahorses. This reminds me of Pisces, but could also just be, this is another representation of these 2 dolphins. Like, you're gonna find your partner, you're gonna find the one soon, hun. And we got a hummingbird. Hummingbird also came out. I saw it recently. I don't know what it signifies. I think it's just like an air sign, somebody who's quiet, somebody who's sweet. I would have to come up with a better explanation. We also have a be yourself. Love yourself. We got a snake. Any of these could be your angel animals, by the way. Get rid of this freaking hair. Where did this come from? Give me. Okay. We got an axe cutting the ties with this person. This, I never get this, but this has came out twice, and it came out in my last reading. So if you want to check out pile 3 in my last reading, check it out, because this came out too, and that this is the second time it's ever come out in all my readings. I have no idea what the hell this is, so you could use your own interpretation of what this is. It reminds me of like some sort of animal nose or something, I don't know. We got an angel here. This is your angel guide watching over you. They're here to say hello and that they love you. We have a star. We have, this reminds me of like, I know it's not a Jewish star, but it reminds me of a Jewish star. It also reminds me of like the sun. So sun sign Aries maybe. We have a rose. We talked about the little pink. Remember it was saying like rose pink and showing that it has love. Maybe this is showing you telling you to bring love to yourself and bring love. We got a swan and then a smaller swan. I think this is more for like, you know, finding the one. I said we have this fish, right? Fish reminds me of Pisces as well. There's plenty of fish in the sea. So with this swan, I usually get, because there's one swan smaller than the other, I get like one person has more love for the other, or one person's bigger than the other, or like trying to protect. We got a snowflake. Maybe you are in a snowy area, or it's been snowing recently. Oh my god, I had a dream that it was snowing. I went outside, like in my dream, that just gave me flashbacks. I went outside and it was like snowing outside, and it's literally like springtime. That's weird. We got a Pegasus or a horse. Maybe you ride horses, maybe you are a fan of, what is it? Fascinated by horses. We have another fish. This reminds me of a religious fish, like the Jesus fish thing. We got a key, unlocking the door to your potential. We got a Christmas cane, candy cane, maybe you like candy. Maybe you guys used to buy candy together a lot. Tying the ropes. Maybe you're going on a boat, traveling that way. Maybe you are bringing the rope in that you had from this person, or like this person had like wrapped you up in rope and like kept you trapped, and now you're like undoing it and putting it on here. It also says silk cord. We got a wrench. Maybe this person is a construction worker or did construction work. We also have another key, unlocking the door. We have, or locking the door with this person. We have another key too, key to the heart. Unlocking the key to your heart. Maybe you felt like so numb to it all that you've lost feeling. We have a dragonfly, another air sign. Dragonfly having more fire aspects, more passion. We got another candy cane. Okay, let's look at these words here. We got love by the O and D, so maybe those are initials, like O, hearts, D. We got K, J, G, F. Maybe they made you their girlfriend, maybe they asked you out, or maybe they have a new girlfriend. That's messed up. I just thought of Ford car. Maybe somebody has a Ford Queen. You're a queen, girl. Don't worry about it. Even if they moved on, screw them. And don't even pay attention to it. It's, it's none of your business. Who cares what they do? I mean, it's upsetting, and yes, it hurts. Trust me. But, like, if anything, it might make it easier for you to let go and find someone else. Luffy reminds me of One Piece. Maybe you watch One Piece. Luffy, maybe fluffy blanket. Loofah, maybe scrape off the dead skin, take a shower, like exfoliate yourself, like uncover that new set of skin, basically, like a caterpillar, Flaws, brass, I don't know, brass instrument. Flaws, JP could be initials. Yours, what, Matt, pigs, KLU, D, been there, done that. S, down, DW, QET, NDD, OQ, for real, friends. Are you for real? Maybe that has been recently said. I said queen already. Nap time. Van, driving in a van. Maybe you guys wanted to drive in a van together, like, and explore the world or something. Your day. Today is your day, Spend time with yourself and relax. Treat yourself. Today is your day. Okay, well, if any of this has, resonated with you, please leave a comment down below. Maybe leave a little egg shape, or maybe a turtle. That would be nice. So, thank you so much for sticking around to the very end. I really appreciate it. I hope this has I got frog too. I hope this has resonated with you, and thank you so much. I'll catch you in my next reading. Bye! Hello, my beautiful pile twos. Alright. So, hold on. We gotta fix this. Alright. So this is your spread. We are first, if you chose this crystal, that like space rocket place, rock that I got where it's like, it's from the moon. If you chose this will be your reading about a current situation or separation between two people that you've possibly went through or is currently going through. So, with this rock / crystal, I kind of created my own meaning for it. I'm not sure if there's a meaning for it online. I'm not really sure what this crystal is called, so I wouldn't know how to look it up. But I kind of take it as like something that you wouldn't expect to be so, like, it's like pretty in its own way. It's not like typically pretty, or it's not like the social standards of what pretty is, but they're like so unique and special in their own way. And maybe they don't see themselves as being pretty, but they are, not even like that being pretty matters, but maybe in your life or something that you possibly could be insecure about. Might be taking part in this reading with, like, it's coming out in this stone. That's just like my, like, thing with the stone. Another thing. Okay, so with this spread, we have two people. Don't tell the other pile, but you guys got two different cards. We got higher self, and then we got shadow self. So I split it like this. This is the viewer, you watching, and so like this is supposed to be you, and then this is supposed to be your person that you've separated from. It could also be vice versa. It's up to you, obviously, to decide, but that is how I pulled out my cards. So with this side, we have, if you notice too, these cards are both fire and then they're both air. It's like you guys are like the opposites of each other or something. I don't know. Wanted to make note of that. But anyways, let's talk about this person first. We have Capricorn energy. You could be Capricorn, or you could have your moon in Capricorn. So that could be a possibility. You could also be a air sign, some sort of air sign like Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. You could also be some sort of fire sign. We have a lot of fire here, wands, and we also have fire here. So Sagittarius, Aries, Leo. So these cards basically say this like very similar thing, that you're quite creative, you're very like artistic, possibly having like a lot of great ideas, a lot of goals, you having a lot of motivation, you're basically like jumping in and you want to do everything, or you're having a lot of motivation, you're like chasing your dreams, you're like wanting to chase your dreams, but I think you haven't quite went for it yet. I think it mentions for the Page of Wands, it's like you have to take that staff and ground it and like make it into reality. You know, you have to make these dreams into reality. I think maybe you are like stumbling around this dream, possibly. Maybe you're trying to figure out how you could possibly achieve this dream. But I feel like this card is saying to go for it. And it is a little bit risk-taking. It is a little bit scary. It's nerve-wracking not being fully prepared for it. But I think it's saying, like, I think it's saying to go and get it, you know? Go after it. Go after whatever it is. And I'm definitely getting that it's something that has to do with your career. This card talks about career. You don't have to be a Capricorn, but usually Capricorns represent like being very dedicated to your financial status, or chasing after the money, going after that bag, you know, like really dedicated to the work. It says your hard work is paying off. It's like, you know, the Capricorn, their card in the tarot is the devil, and usually the devil represents addiction. So it's more like you're addicted, like after that bag, you're like addicted to money, you know, you always like chase after the money. And it can be a little toxic sometimes because you put yourself aside and your needs and your mental health for money. So be aware of that and make sure you take a break and don't burn out. Another thing I wanted to mention is self-love. Like with this rock, I think it does play a part in this person specifically, that maybe they are insecure about the way that they look, or they're insecure about not being that basic pretty girl or whatever. And I feel like you have some self-love to work out. I definitely think you need to start putting yourself first and realizing the beauty and potential that you have, you know. I think with the peacock too, even like the looks of a peacock, like they kind of care about their appearance a lot, you know. They use their appearance to attract mates, and like maybe that's a big thing for you. Maybe you're really worried about the way you look, and like you think that you can't find somebody because of the way that you look, or this insecurity, it's like your shadow self. Like I just wanted to mention that, you know, that is what you believe, and if you believe this, you're manifesting it, you know, to stay with you forever. You have to like change the way you think about yourself, you know. If you're gonna continue to think this way and not be willing to like start to put in the effort to start loving yourself and start putting yourself first and respecting yourself and knowing and telling yourself that you are good enough, you are beautiful, like no one else can make you think that. No one else can change your mind about that. You have to change your mind yourself. Like, even because you won't believe what people are saying. You won't, like, people, you don't take other people's, you don't hear other people when they give you compliments. Like, you don't hear them. You don't take them. You don't, because you don't believe them. And it's only up to, it's really ultimately up to you to work out that insecurity. Trust me, I understand, you know, obviously once in a while it's nice to hear that someone finds you pretty. It's nice to hear those words of reassurance and stuff. But if you don't believe it yourself, when those compliments come, you don't like listen to them. You don't acknowledge them. You kind of just ignore them, you know, or you don't believe them. I think everybody in their lifetime has some sort of appearance like insecurity, like even like I've had, I think everyone has. And I used to not believe when people would tell me I look good. I would always compare myself to other people. I would always like, you know, not believe them. I'd be like, yeah, whatever, like you're just saying that to make me feel better. And then I realized, like, if I really want to feel prettier about myself, if I want to feel pretty, I need to put in that effort to do something, some sort of action, to fully make me believe that I'm, you know, good enough, or that I'm pretty enough, or that I have to like make myself, my subconscious believe. I have to change my thoughts. I have to show myself that I'm good enough. I need to, you know, and doing some actions like making the effort to like take care of yourself, taking care of your health, taking care of your skin, taking care of your mental health, taking care of yourself. Like, if you're gonna be, you know, every day doing like drugs or drinking, like not eating well, and like, you know, sleeping, your room's a mess, like of course you're not gonna feel like good about yourself, you know. Of course you're gonna, because you're not treating yourself good enough. You're not like, you're enforcing that hatement, that hate towards yourself, because you are not treating yourself right. So some things you could do is clean up your space, you know, eat healthier, maybe like actually put in the efforts to eat you know, certain things. I'm not saying like don't eat anything that's not healthy. You know, you need to take care of yourself. You need to eat. You know, not eating that won't make you feel any better. That will only make you feel worse about yourself, and it will not improve your mood. Like, you know, if anything, like, go eat like some chicken and rice, or like, you know, make the effort to make yourself feel better. And not even just like physically, like, work on yourself mentally, like, talk to yourself, journal, like, and trust me, like, people are like, oh my god, no, journaling doesn't do anything, like, and it's because they haven't tried. Like, putting in the effort, like, show yourself that you are worthy, you know, put in the effort. Going to the gym, like, you don't have to go to the gym to make yourself feel better. Even sometimes people go to the gym and get these beautiful bodies, and then after they're like, I still don't feel better about myself, I still hate myself. And it's because, like, you know, there's more to it than just having a nice body. Like, there's more to it. It's not just physically, it's also mentally. You know, gain that love for yourself. Start also, when you notice you say something negative about yourself, change that. Be like, oh, no, actually, I'm beautiful. And I'm like, wait, and ask yourself why. Like, why do I say this? What about me? What are my insecurities? Like, why did I even think that about myself? You know, like, make the effort. I also think that there's a sense of control. It talked about having control, or not being able to understand, like, other people and their, what is it? Give me one moment. What exactly did this say? Can't digest situations. Like, not being able to comprehend, like, why something. You're like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Like, something will happen, and it'll be like a little thing, it literally doesn't even matter, but, like, you take it to, like, maybe the extreme, and being like, I can't, like, comprehend that this little inconvenience happened. Like, you get, like, really, like, frustrated or annoyed with other people, and, like, maybe it's like a little bit of, like, you see yourself smarter than them, or having, like, some sort of, like, superiority over them. And, like, I understand, because, you know, in your perspective you see it to be that way, but it's also good to know that not everybody's on your side, and there's always gonna be people that don't agree with you, no matter what, and you can't control them. Like, you have to understand that you can't control what people do, you can't control what people say, you can't control what you and their relationship will be like. You know, people have their own lives, people have their own decisions, people have their own opinions, and you can't force them to change any of that, especially when it comes to a relationship. You can't jump into a relationship expecting to change the person, because it's not healthy and it's not gonna happen, you know. I mean, obviously people do change within a relationship, and if you work things out, like, you guys have to make changes in order to, like, grow together. You know, obviously not everybody's perfect, and sometimes they have to work on themselves in order to see those change, like, they need to change, but you can't force them. If they don't want to make the change, you cannot force them. Another thing, I think this person is very I think this person's very, like, dedicated and strong. I think they're a very strong-willed person. I think sometimes they might hide when they cry. They don't want to show that, you know, they're sad, or maybe they don't cry much, or I feel like they've gotten to the point where they feel a lot of sadness, but they just don't cry anymore because they're just like over it. But yeah, I feel like these cards here are kind of like advice for this person, saying like to open up to your divine feminine and find more like compassion and understanding for other people. Try to put yourself in other people's shoes and try to understand how they're feeling, because it's not all about how you're feeling. Like, I understand, especially, it's good to stick up for yourself and fight for yourself, but decipher which is insecurity versus respecting yourself, it's kind of like a hard line, and it was quite difficult for me to understand as well, like, because sometimes I, like, especially after I went through a very difficult time in my life, I realized I'm like, because I always let people walk all over me, and then I realized I needed to start respecting myself to the point where I would fight with anybody that, did something little that made me feel like that they were trying to challenge me or trying to disrespect me in any way. But you also have to understand that you have to choose which battles to fight, It's better to be It's better to go the right way about it, Always try to be the mature, respectable person. Don't stoop to the other person's level. If this other person, like, wants to attack you and wants to verbally, like, be mean and be nasty towards you, don't stoop to their level. Don't give it back to them. It's not worth it. I know it's incredibly hard not to, because you just want to curse them out, but trust me, it is not worth it. It will only make matters worse. Trust me. It will only make it worse. And to the point you don't even know what this person might stoop to, like the fact that they're willing to like verbally, like, I mean, I don't know if it's this person, but like I'm saying, if this person's willing to verbally, like, assault you, like, what else are they willing to do? Like, people are crazy sometimes too. You never know what they would do. It's better to just be like, you know what, whatever, and just drop it. And if they cannot see your side, if they cannot understand you either, then there's a reason why you separate. You just gotta separate. You gotta split, put the divide, and separate. So, another thing I wanted to mention, so, I just remembered something. Yeah, so always try to, like, think before you talk, to, like, especially to somebody who is trying to, like, what is it? Not persuade, like, to entice you. They're trying to make you, like, they're trying to set you up to, like, blow up on them. Don't give in, be better than them. Talk to them nicely. Be like, you know what, like, I understand, and, be like, try to, like, it's not gonna hurt your ego, to be nice. It's not gonna, if anything, like, you being nice to them and responding back to them politely, or not even responding to them at all, rather than being aggressive back, is, that's you respecting yourself and not stooping to their level. It's not, like, the reason why people get so offended when people are, like, so aggressive is, like, just based off insecurity, like, you feel, like, upset that this person sees you in this way, but know that there's always going to be people that don't like you, or want to fight with you, and, like, Obviously, it's ultimately up to you guys to figure it out and like resolve it. If you guys are willing to resolve things, if this person is mature enough to. Also, people don't always communicate well. There might be a lack of communication. There could be a, like, you guys just don't understand each other. You know, try to be a little bit more understanding for this person. I mean, even if this person's not being understanding of you, like, I mean, you don't owe it to them to try to understand them. Like, you obviously still respect yourself. Don't give in and apologize when you know in your heart that you didn't do anything wrong. Well, actually, don't apologize unless you feel that you did something wrong. Because the second you apologize, it's giving that person, you know, the right. Like, they were in the right, you know? Unless you truly feel guilty by the way that you acted. Like, if you ended up stooping to their level, then yes, you should apologize. But, like, and don't expect them to apologize back, because, like, they don't owe you like anything. They don't owe you an apology back. And, like, if they don't give it to you, it's because they don't respect your opinion. They don't respect your side of the story, and that's fine. Just separate, you know, separate yourself from them. They aren't worth your time. If they're not willing to, you know, compromise and try to work things out with you as well, then it's not worth your time. You could find other friends, you could find other you know, other relationships that will do you better. Okay, you get the point, hopefully. So yeah, this is telling you to try to try to gain more discernment, try to get into the divine feminine. It's actually kind of crazy that it's like 20 and then 21. I'm surprised that these two cards, these came out together, so they were like front and back probably. And it's just funny because I shuffled these cards like a lot. I'm surprised that maybe they were just stuck together or something. But it fits a lot with this story, like with the other cards that are around, especially these two. So this is like, do this first. Try to be more understanding of like the world around you. Like, it's not all about your opinions, your perspectives. Like, other people also have other perspectives. And also, don't try to argue and fight with other people that you're trying to ask for their opinion. Like, when you go to like your friend or try to like confide in your friend, like, and they tell you their opinion and like how they see it, don't try to argue with them or like say that they're wrong, or like, because that's their opinion. You can't change their opinion. You should be like, you know what, I understand you, like, and I get it, but like, for me, I just don't agree, and like, that's it, you know? Like, you don't have to say anything more than that. Maybe it'd be nice to keep an open mind and like listen to what they said and be like, yeah, I understand that, maybe I could possibly work on this, blah blah blah, you know? Like, you need to reflect on yourself a little bit, you know? Like, also another thing, and also like confiding in multiple people. Like, you don't have to convince everybody else. Oh my god, what the fuck? You don't have to convince everybody around you that you're in the right, you know? Like, I mean, you could talk to them and communicate to them about it, but like, you shouldn't like try to convince them that you're right, because then it's like, it just makes it look like you're talking to them for the wrong reasons. It makes it feel like you're just talking to them to try and like manipulate them, you know, rather than trying to get their honest opinion about this, you know, both sides. Like, there's two sides to the story. It's not always just one. Yeah, so, and also, you shouldn't have to care what other people think either. Like, who cares what these other people think? Like, as long as you and this person make up, like, that's all that matters. It's between you two. It's not about the other people that are watching from the sidelines. Like, who cares what they think? Like, if you should be able to confide in yourself. Like, maybe have like one or two close friends that you know will always tell you the truth and be honest with you. You know, confide with them. But like, you don't have to tell the whole block, you know, like, especially with people that you're not close with, like, because then it just doesn't feel sincere, you know. Yeah, so, and then also try to tune into your divine feminine, you know, finding that nurturing feeling towards others and maybe towards yourself as well, like being more nurturing to yourself, taking care of yourself. I really liked this card for you because I honestly feel like this fits so well. Also, by the way, this doesn't have to be you. I'm sorry. I kind of feel like I'm like attacking this person a little bit. Just because it's kind of like just saying like some things that this person needs to work on, like their shadow self. And this doesn't have to be you. I mean, this could also be just the person that you split with. So I'm sorry I keep saying you. Okay, so it says, today I make the conscious choice to engage with the world in an active way. You know, being proactive, making positive things rather than negative. You know, not complaining all the time and like seeing the good in everything, you know, instead of seeing the bad. I'll take a new route, talk to strangers, I will smell flowers and pet dogs, and maybe walk around barefoot for a while if I'm not inside a 7-Eleven. At very least, I have a day that's slightly more interesting than average, and at the most, I'll have a startlingly epiphany, oh my god, I'm sorry, or make a friend who will change my life forever, no pressure. So maybe you'll meet a new friend. I have a feeling that possibly maybe you go to a 7-Eleven a lot, or maybe you go to like gas stations a lot. Maybe that's somewhere that you're often at getting things, possibly. Maybe there's like a gas station like very close by you that you go to with like your friends, or also maybe you're going to meet a new friend that maybe this connection was meant to happen, so you meet a new friend that will be better for you. Maybe this connection had to separate in order for you to see and reflect on yourself, or both to reflect on themselves and see, you know, apologize and maybe just spread out to find different friends. Also, maybe you need, this is a advice card saying you need to ground yourself, you need to ground these ideas that you want. Become more grounded. Maybe you're like jumping from thing to thing often, and maybe like you're also holding grudges to the point where you flee instead of fix things. You know, you always are like, and it's not healthy. It's not a healthy way of making friendships or relationships, because you don't understand that people make mistakes, and you know, you have to set boundaries with people. You have to let people know like what bothered you in a respectful way, and like say it nicely, and say what you will and will not take, and also be like, apologize for your side, and be like, you know, and try to work things out, because there's always a way to work things out. And if you ever feel like this person ends up crossing the line multiple times, then that's the point when you should flee. You know, you don't have to, the second this person messes up, you flee. You know, it's not healthy, because at some point everybody's going to mess up in your life. And that's how you build connections, that's how you build relationships, is staying friends with the person. You can't run away from all your problems. Okay, sorry I talked so much about this person. Let's move on to this person. So we have the bee and the panther. I talked for 30 minutes about this person. Jesus Christ. I just felt like I had a lot to say. it's also kind of crazy that we have the Capricorn here with the horns, and this person also has the horns. Okay, the bee. So, with the bee is somebody who's sensitive, like, kind of gets offended easily, possibly, and might also be quite. I'm kind of like focusing too much on the negative, and I apologize. I just feel like maybe you guys do that, like the both of you focus on the negative too much. The bee and the panther. Okay, so the higher self is, I think they're a very like caring person. I think they care a lot for the people around them, and maybe they are. Let's see what else. I like read, but sometimes okay. It says earnest, hardworking. The bee is a personality, is a delight to be around, especially when there's a team project on the horizon. Maybe they're very good at, helping their friends out. Bees love to work steadily and thoughtfully until the final task is complete. They are sensitive creatures, aware of many subtleties at once. Since they are artists. Since they are artists at heart, they usually add creative details to their overall vision. For the most part, having a bustly, joyful personality until they are too tired from all the work, then they grip and sting. So, with that being said, I think the bee is a sensitive person. I think they work great with other people. I think maybe they work really hard with other people, and they always are working hard. But I feel like to a point where they're working too hard, when they're burnt out, they sting. Maybe this person was recently burnt out, like worked too hard over something. You guys also have kind of like mirroring like things. Like this person has a tendency of being addicted to working hard, and this person also like gets burnt out as well easily because they just don't know when to find time to put themselves first. And I think they could be quite self-destructive when they burn out. I think they might lash out. Maybe they sting the other person. When it gets too much to bear, rather than peacefully communicating, they lash out. And obviously that's not the right way about going through things, but, communication is the best way to resolve things. Talking it out. I don't think that this relationship is going to end. I think you guys might make up and fix things. You could always try communicating. If it's the first offense, like you guys are both mad at each other and it's the first time you guys clashed, like talk about it, set boundaries, tell each other what you liked and what you didn't like, and be nice about it. Don't be like, well, you did this, blah, 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 because it doesn't make your case any better. You also messed up. This person also messed up. You both messed up. It's best to just discuss, be like, hey, like, I really understand that. I understand now, and I'm looking towards inwards, and I'm really sorry that this happened and that I did that to you. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, though, I really didn't like the way that you went about doing this, because it really hurt me, because it reminds me of blah, 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 some insecurity, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't like when people treat me that way, and I really wish you couldn't do that. I want to make up with you, and I feel like we could move past this. I just want you to know that I really don't appreciate being blah, blah, blah. And yeah, just so this person knows that you won't take how they acted again. Like, let them know that. And like, even if you have to say that, like at the end, like I know this was like the first time that this happens, and like people make mistakes, but I really don't feel like I can continue a relationship with someone if they continue to do this thing, because you're just speaking your mind, you're being respectful, you're being nice, you're putting yourself first respectfully. Okay, this person, another thing too, emergence, maybe they're the type of person that like they act impulsively. I think They might be Sagittarius. They could be Sagittarius. They could be an air sign. Their main one could be an air sign, and then they could have a moon in fire sign here. It says luck is on your side. Maybe there will be some sort of luck to resolve this issue. I think that maybe they're going through a hard, difficult moment, and that's probably why they lashed out. I mean, obviously it's not acceptable, it's not right, and I think that their life will start to pick up. I think they were at a hard time, and now it's going to start to pick up and get better. Whatever else is going on in their life. It says no judgment. I release myself from any and all judgments. I find my inner critic and call it out in my office and tell it to take a vacation. As if it leaves the room, I let out a sigh and begin to enjoy the joys of simply being. Who hired that guy anyway? So, I think they're also maybe self-critic, and maybe that's why they're so sensitive. Maybe they're insecure, and maybe they might take things the wrong way. And obviously communication can fix all of this if you talk things out and say, like, no, that is not what I meant, and I'm sorry that, that it may have came off that way. Don't say I'm sorry that you saw it that way, because that's just making it seem, that's like, that's kind of like gaslighting, low-key. It's not fair, because this person has all the right to be upset and feel the way that they feel. It's because there's a lack of communication. You guys just need to talk it out. So, some more things about this person. They could have pretty eyes. What else? Emergency. So the frequency of emergency invites us to approach our reality with a childlike attitude of innocence and wonderment, and to watch and celebrate the beauty that unfolds from that place. So I think maybe they're starting to act more childlike or childish and more innocent. This is usually, these two cards are more for like advice and like what to bring in, but I have a feeling that this is more for like how this person is acting now. They're acting a little bit childish, maybe they're acting impulsive. And maybe they're not taking accountability of their actions and like trying to shift blame, when I think both of you might be at fault rather than just one of you. I think this person might have self-judgment and insecurities that they need to work on, and I think possibly their insecurity is what made them lash out, because they didn't understand the reason why they're so offended by something is because of their insecurity. That's another thing too you gotta decipher between, is what your feelings, which feelings are insecurity and which feelings are truthful and correct. Like, for example, if some guy texts you like you guys are dating, right? This guy texts you every single day, and then out of nowhere he starts not texting you as much, and it's like the rest of your time you guys are talking together, he like isn't texting you much. That, yes, you should be upset by that, because it's obviously a shift in the relationship, and that should be like, you are allowed to feel being like, what happened, like upset by it, versus someone saying their opinion about something. Like, for example, I don't like like someone having a different belief than you, like someone being an atheist and then someone being religious, right? Like if that's the case, right? If you get so offended and so like offended that somebody else is atheist because you're religious, that's like insecurity, you know, that's your insecurity, because obviously something happened in your life that made you feel insecure about being religious or something. I mean, it's a different story if the atheist is trying to push their religion onto you. That's not right, obviously. But if this person's just like idly by, like on the sidelines, and they just happen to be atheist, and you get offended by that, that's insecurity. You know the difference. What the fuck, bro? I literally just did my nails. Like, why isn't it sticking? That's really weird. Probably because I didn't do paste coat. FML. Don't mind my nails just falling off in the corners. You know, also, that could be, I mean, I like to make everything a fucking sign, but it doesn't have to be a sign, but, like, it could be a sign with, like, this one being, like, you know how you have, like, the insecurity of, like, maybe you've recently had a dream where your, like, nails are falling off, or your teeth are falling out, or your hair's falling out, and you wake up and you're like, oh my god, why did I have that dream? That's your subconscious talking to you about your insecurity of, like, your appearance. Like, that's, so, like, pay attention to your dreams, because your dreams will help you decipher more about yourself, like, your inner self. So, maybe that's, it's funny, because I was talking about insecurity. Maybe that's, something you've had. Anyways, did you just see my face? Yeah, so no judgment. Maybe this person is an inner critic, and maybe this a way that you guys can both resolve this together is they need to release their inner critic. They need to release those insecurities, and realize that, you know, not everybody's perfect, and people go things about different ways. You don't have to take action right now. You could take things slow, and take time, you know, like, you guys both need to start loving yourselves more. That's all I gotta say. And this engagement, maybe you guys should make a promise to yourselves and, like, fix things, you know, go on a picnic together and talk things out, and maybe just, like, hang out for the day and, like, walk your dogs, or talk to strangers, go do fun things, be more positive, and, you know, be more, like, positive with each other. Maybe walk into a 7-Eleven, you know, stuff like that. And maybe you guys, your friendship will be stronger, you know. Okay, I'm going to clean this up, and we're going to pull some tarot cards for you, and I'll see you in 2 seconds. Okay, for this, I wanted to shuffle your cards on camera. I feel like this is always the best way to do it. Okay, I need to remember, because this is the next pile. Okay. Oh. What? Why was that? I haven't used this card in any of my piles lately, so it wasn't me that flipped it over. Like, it wasn't like I put the card back and I put it the wrong way. I'm just gonna take that because I feel like that pertains to the story. Okay, so we're gonna talk about your relationship with this person and what it's like. Yeah, so we're gonna pull like 8 cards. Shuffle like 3 times, just so we get like, oh, the devil. Did I not talk about the devil? Capricorn energy for sure. Okay, I don't know if I should take these. Okay, wait. This was like kind of like this. I feel like this card. Okay, this is the reverse. Wow, I already see like a story. I don't know if I should take this either, because I don't even know how it came out. I think it was underneath the devil. You know what? I'll just take it. I usually don't take cards. I only take the top cards. But if it's like 2 cards, I feel like I should take them. Just because it's like, it's only 2 cards. Like, okay. I also like, I mean, this is just something I like to do with my readings, is I like to, I feel like, obviously I don't know if you care to hear this, but I feel like usually tarot card readings like to say things generally sometimes. Some of the times they say some stuff that's like really specific and you're like, holy crap. But I feel like also sometimes they just say generic things that can fit with everybody, and like maybe I probably do that too, and I think I do that sometimes too, but like I feel like I want to be more specific, and I'm always trying to find ways to be more specific. I actually am trying to make a tarot card deck that specifically is way more specific, so like it will say a specific story like every time I pick the card. But I just like feel like it will help you understand more. And I'd also like to talk about the more understanding of your subconscious. You know, I feel like tarot, I want to believe, because I've had so many instances that I'm just like, there's no way this crap could happen. Like, there's no way. I've had so many like eye-opening moments where I'm like, and that's what made me like awake, like that's what awoken my like intuition. But like I've had a lot of moments where I'm like, there's no way that just happened. To the point where I just ignore them now, because it's like really like freaky. But I just like feel like it's also part subconscious, where you as an individual, you're learning more about your subconscious. I think the subconscious mind is a really strong thing. I think it's extremely powerful, and I think it understanding it on another level is very important. And that's why I love tarot, because I think on some level there are some spiritual aspects, like there's some other entities like watching over us and helping us. But I do think it's also us helping ourselves, you know? Okay. There's like a balance. I guess my moon in Libra is coming out. The lovers. Ooh. Okay, this can still be a friendship relationship, but this could also be a love interest as well. Especially since the lovers is upright. We have a lot of strong energy. There's a lot of strong energy here, since we have 3 major arcana cards. Okay, we got the 5 of Cups. And your cards are coming out quite quickly too, I've noticed. Like, I think you were really meant to see this reading at the time that you do. Oh, okay. Queen of Cups in reverse. And the last card. We also have a lot of Cups energy too. Maybe you have Cups in your chart, or maybe this person has Cups in their chart. It could also be somebody else involved in this relationship. So maybe like an outside view. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna take the 8 of Pentacles just because like that's what caught my eye. Okay. Okay. We got a lot of bad energy here. I mean, we have like very great things, potentials. I think I think this is advice for somebody specific. I'm gonna stop using you now because I do not want you to feel like you're being attacked. Because I was saying that that first energy that I had there, I said that represents you, but now it might not. So I'm gonna say first person and second person, right? I think this is advice for the first person, especially since we have the devil here. It actually might be a mix of both. Advice for both of you. I think somebody specifically is led towards a very negative path. And I think it's because they are just not willing to hear anybody out. They're letting their insecurities control them, and it's really not healthy. It's like they're addicted to these negative qualities. Like they're addicted to doing these negative qualities. And it's really not healthy. And it's like they're aware of it, but they're just not doing anything to change it. And it's like, why? Like why are you doing that to yourself? Like they aren't willing to hear themselves out. They're not listening to their inner self. They're not willing to sit down with themselves and figure out what it is that's wrong. The things that they're doing wrong. They're not willing to listen to anybody else. They're not willing to listen to anybody else's opinions. They just like, they're like so insecure that they just like, they don't want to hear it. Like they're just like, I'm just done listening, And that's like, it's fine. You don't have to listen to other people. But when it's like everybody's against you, you have to ask yourself why. What is it that you're doing that could be self-destructive, that could be toxic? Like, I think this person is frustrated that this connection didn't work out. They're very frustrated. They're very like, with the moon card. They're also just like in disbelief that this has happened. Maybe it came out as like a shock. It came out of nowhere. It's like, what the heck? How did this like even happen? I don't even understand it. They're unhappy, obviously, and they're just confused. And but they're not willing to look inward to figure that out. They just like are trying to like convince everybody around them that what they're doing is right, and it's not. Like, if you're trying to convince everybody that you're in the right, you don't believe that you're in the right, because if you did, you wouldn't feel like you would have to convince everybody else. I think there's also a lot, like, the moon card upright talks about anxieties. I think there is a lot of anxiety about this relationship too. Maybe you're really worried that because of this happened that everybody's going to turn against you. Maybe that has happened recently, or maybe that has happened before. That's not fair to you. And like, every fight that you get into, like, if everybody's going against you, I feel like they're not truly your friends. They're truly friends with the other people, because it's none of their business to pick sides. Like, it's unless you involve them in, it's between you two. It's not about the other people. I think this is more advice for the first person. So with the Three of Cups, this is like, talks about being unloyal. It talks about being, like, your friendships. It talks about, what else did it say? Give me one moment, sir. Disconnected, overindulgence, stifle creativity. Maybe you've stopped being creative, and like kind of just put that to the side. So with that, I feel like you're not being loyal to this person, or to maybe a group of people. You're not being loyal to these people. It could be to a friend, it could be to a lover. I'm definitely getting, if it's a lover connection, maybe you are being dishonest and possibly talking to multiple women or multiple men or somebody else, which isn't fair. I'm sorry I said you again. Pile 1. If it doesn't resonate with you, like, then just ignore that I'm saying you. I apologize for that. I really don't want to make you feel like I'm attacking you, because it's not fair. I've had some readings where, like, even, like, the reader, like, would say, this person, and, like, say negative things about that person, and then she would be like, the positive things about you, and, like, how amazing you are and stuff. And it's funny because I just resonated with the bad qualities, and I was like, you know what? I do need to do some self-reflection. And I knew, like, those bad qualities, like, I knew that was me that she was talking about. And, like, obviously, if this is you, like, don't beat yourself up. You know, people make mistakes, but it's great to notice them. It's good to realize them, you know, and make the change. Like, this talks about the lovers accepting that communication with yourself, like, self-reflecting, like, have open communication with yourself. It said have open communications with relationships, so maybe you two just really need to talk to each other and talk things out and not just ignore it like it didn't happen, because that won't do anything. And really, like, communicate with yourself and discuss with yourself what it is that you want and what it is that you want to fix. What is it? Establish the bad things about you, establish the good things about you. No, you know, like, put in the effort. Don't just ignore it and act like, you know, it's whatever. Like, put in the effort. So I think also there is a clear potential for a new beginning. I forgot to mention, but the previous thing, there was a black moon. There was the new moon. It's like a clean slate. That's what that represents. So there is a potential for a clean slate with you guys. You just need to communicate, you know, you need to talk it out. You need to, like, establish, set boundaries, communicate, open communication, peaceful, calm, open communication from both of you. And if you ever feel like you're trying to have open communication, obviously read what you say and, like, you know, don't go on attack mode and being like you. Saying like you and, like, you know, makes it seem like you have superiority over them and being like, oh, you're the problem, you know? No, you don't. That's not how you go about fixing things. That's only gonna make it worse. You have to be like, it's better to try to word it a better way to it not being, like, directed at the other person. Okay, I think maybe you aren't quite, so I'm sorry I keep saying you. This devil, this Capricorn, whoever that Capricorn is, or the first person is, it could have been an air sign too. It also has Gemini here, so you could possibly be a Gemini. Or they could be. Maybe this person needs to be more loyal to their friends and their partners. So, like, being more loyal to their friends being more understanding of your friends, being more understanding that they have other lives, other things to do, like, you know, all that stuff. Being more loyal to them and having their back too, you know, and not talking crap about your friends. Like, you wouldn't want them to talk crap about you, so then why are you going to talk crap about your friend? You know, like, it's not fair to them, you know. Being more loyal to your friends and having their back and understanding your actions and thinking before you act. And do certain things, you know, and how it's going to affect the people around you. I keep saying you, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I really apologize. Ace of Cups. So, new beginnings. There's a potential of new beginning. There will be a clean slate. There can be a clean slate. It's up to you if you're willing to put in that effort with this person. I think the other person also has a lot of things to work on as well. I think they're sad about this connection. I think they're really upset by it. I think they're also sad about how it went down. It says loss, neglect, failure, despair. I think you guys were quite close friends, and I think they saw you as a close friend. And maybe they are feeling guilty for the way that they acted towards you, or the fact that they exploded. Obviously, it's up to them to communicate with you, but I think, you know, there's nothing bad about opening up and trying to reach out as well to them. That's just your ego's getting in the way if you feel like, you know, this person has to come to you. You know, that's because you feel so insecure about your dominance, you know. You can't control people. Like, you can't expect somebody to come and reach out to you, you know, like, you could reach out as well, you know, and be like, hey, like, you know, and talk with them. Obviously, like, you don't have to kiss their feet and, like, you know, be like, oh, I'm sorry about everything, you know, like, you should also, like, establish your boundaries too, but don't let your ego get in the way. Pile 1. Oh, wait. Did I just say pile 1? This side. The person 1. So, Queen of Cups. So this person's definitely sad, and I think they're only focusing on the sad stuff and the negative. They're not seeing the positive in the behind. Like, they're not seeing what you guys could fix and how it could be fixed, and the positive things that could possibly come out of this, the new slate that they could potentially make. Also, I wanted to mention, if you ever feel like this connection there's no way you guys could fix this at all, and it's like it has to be a separation, I completely understand. Just learn from it, look inward, you know, communicate with yourself, look inward, understanding, like, what you could have done better, and then turn around and you will find something else that is great for you, that will only lead you to the process, the growth that you are destined to have. If you also feel like you're stuck in the same situation, and you just have been stuck in the same situation and your relationships with people are just not changing, it might not be them. It could possibly be something that you need to work on, you know? Especially if it's with a love relationship where you feel like you are having the same fights constantly with the person, the same similar fights constantly, which different relationships, like, then it might be you. Or with friendships, you know, if it's friends, like, you always feel like each friend just, like, stabs you in the back some way, or, like, you know, and it's every single one of them, it might be something that you need to look inside. Queen of Cups. Also, like, I think it's great, you know, let's let's flip the page, because I said that you need to start seeing the positive things. Let's mention those positive things. Let me start and mention those positive things, because I don't want you to go out of this feeling, especially if this is, this is you that I'm talking about, like that pile, the first person. I don't want you to walk away from this feeling less about yourself. I want you to like understand and possibly reflect. But I don't want you to know there's also great things about you. You are incredibly strong. Like I feel like you are trying to learn. I feel like you are trying to learn how to respect yourself. Maybe previously you are, you let people walk all over you, all this stuff, and you're a people pleaser. But now, you're like slowly on the phase of trying to stick up for yourself, but you're just not doing it the right way, I think you still have, like, it's still like part like insecurity. Another thing, I think you like, I think you're very dedicated to trying to, I think you're very passionate. Like, you're very, like, passionate about trying to fix things. I think you're very passionate about chasing after things. So much so that it might lead to an addiction. To the point where you can't step back and just let it be, So Queen of Cups in reverse. It says insecurity, dependency, dishonesty, and dissatisfaction. Possibly one of you lied to each other about something or isn't sharing the full truth. We also had insecurity, like I mentioned, insecurity a lot. I've definitely got a lot on both sides. Dependency, I think possibly maybe there's another entity in this relationship. I think it's like talking about two different people. I think it's like talking about a friend, and it's also talking about a love interest for the viewer. Maybe the love interest could possibly be an air sign, specifically Gemini. If not, he could be, they could be an Aquarius, they could be a Libra. I think it's also saying that there is an obsession and addiction to this person, and I think it's based off of insecurity. So, and dependency, that's what I was trying to say. I think you're dependent on this person, and it's not healthy. I think it is an addiction, but I think you guys are both not, either one person's not loyal or both people aren't loyal. And you're not like happy with it, so maybe you also kind of take that out on other people without like realizing. And maybe on like your next relationships too, like probably the best thing to know is to not compare new people to your ex or like to your past loves, just because it doesn't give them a fair chance, and everybody is those two people are completely different. They're not the same person. Also with the Eight of Pentacles, that also talked about obsession, which that stuck out to me a lot, being that the devil also represent addiction, so that's like basically the same thing. The it's the Eight of Pentacles. Eight of Pentacles, perfectionism, frustration, setbacks. And I also think you're a perfectionist. And it's it's good because you want everything to be perfect, like you want to make things great, but you have to know nothing is perfect. And you have to fully understand that. And like, set boundaries with yourself too. Like, you have to possibly you just have to set boundaries with yourself, you know, and have some self-obedience, you know, self-control. Like, this, whoever this person is, they need to establish self-control. They have no self-control. They have a feeling that they want to do something and they just do it, you know. I think they think about it, and I think they're like, oh, maybe this wouldn't be the best idea, but like they still just do it, you know. And it's because they have no self-control. So other than that, though, being like perfectionist, they just want everything to be perfect, that it ends up being like they're very controlling, like when it comes to projects, when it comes to working with other people, when it comes with being friends with other people, when it comes to having a relationship. They're very, very, very controlling. They're trying to control everybody around them their whole life. Maybe it's because I feel like usually I'm the type of person, like, obviously I could be wrong, but I've tend to watch a lot of I like to watch psychology. I like to watch like things like that, and I've noticed that there was this thing where usually people who are very controlling, it's a reflection of their childhood, and it shows that when they were a kid, they didn't have any control. So like in their adult life, they try to control everything to like balance that insecurity out, I think, or something similar to that. Or they might still be in that realm that their parents are like still kind of trying to control them and everything they do, you know? So that could be another way that they are like compensating. What else can I say? I do think that there is a potential of fixing things. I do think that you guys can fix things. I think in one instance with the Five of Cups gives me doubt that possibly there could be things to fix. I have a feeling maybe the love connection, since it's by the lovers, maybe the love connection is not able to be fixed. Or maybe it's even like, it could represent the love connection, this romantic connection that you've had cannot be fixed and you have to walk away from it. Or it could also be, obviously it's going to take time, and like you're like just focusing on the negatives, you're not focusing on what's behind. And it could also represent this, like, you're not having an open communication with yourself, and it's like you are not willing to fix it because you're only focusing on the negatives. Like, you're only talking, like, you don't think that you can change. Like, you're just like, oh, like, I'm not the greatest person and I know it, but like I don't care to fix it, you know? I don't feel, actually, you know, I take that back a bit. That could possibly be a little bit of how this person is feeling. It could also just be that this person is very slowly trying to make differences because they just don't understand, you know? And they're just like kind of stubborn to the point where they're not like really willing to listen. About the, I'm trying to see some of this Panther's energy come out. I feel like the Panther's here and here. And possibly also with the insecurity. I think this is them. Like, they're their energy is here, and possibly also the moon. I think they, like, you guys are both in all these cards, but I feel like possibly here's them a little bit more specifically. And I think the first person is more of like all of the cards, but like specifically the two of you guys have this new slate that you could, a new beginning you could achieve if you just try. Yeah, okay, that is all I have to say. I talked 25 minutes about that. So I'm going to pull some charms, and that will be the end of your reading. Oh, actually, wait. We haven't put messages. Let's pull some messages on here. I'm not sure if I did that last reading. Hopefully I did. Alright, so let's pull one card for the moon, a specific maybe to help us understand the moon better card. Oh, Jesus, Lord, have mercy. It says you smell great. Maybe you're having anxieties about a person that smells good. That could be the panther, or that could be maybe the love connection. Okay. Okay, drugs. Maybe you have no self-control when it comes to drugs, too. Like, you kind of just, like, do whatever that's like there. Maybe you're very easily susceptible to like peer pressure. So I'm so sorry I keep saying fucking you. I literally need to stop. Dusty, maybe you have some fake friends that aren't really there for you. I think sorry, oh my frick. I think the pile one, or the first person, I think they do have some real friends that are genuine and like, oh my frick. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry. So maybe you have some fake friends. I don't think all the friends are fake. I think, just like some of them are, or some of them aren't there for your true like intentions. That could be on both sides. It doesn't have to just be on pile one. Also maybe because that card also represents like a third party, like sexually, so maybe your love interest, whoever they're talking to or whoever they have talked to while they were, you know, with you, or whoever they were like possibly flirting with or whatever, they're also dusty, or like maybe you see them as dusty. Oh, new moon! Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, yeah, over the Ace of Cups, that's what I was saying. That's so crazy. See, moments like this make me really believe that there's some sort of spiritual, like, there's something there. You know, like, look how many cards I have. And only one of them says new moon. Only one of them. Like, what? That's crazy. Especially over the Ace of Cups, like, talking about new beginnings, like, and that's what the new moon says. The new moon says new slate, like, there's new potential to things. Like, you guys can fix this, you know, you guys can fix this. Like, there's an opportunity that, you know, if you guys have open communication, you can fix it. It doesn't have to be a separation. You don't have to run from this. You don't have to run from this connection. obviously set boundaries, and if you feel that your boundaries constantly are being, pushed aside and not being respected, then that's when you should, walk away. Okay, the Lovers. It says rough times ahead. That could be with your love interest. That could be with the friend, possibly, that we're talking about. It says rough times ahead, so like there's gonna, it's gonna take time to fix things, and you guys have to put the effort to fix things, and it's gonna be rough, but know that whichever way that this direction goes or happens is that it's meant to happen. Oh crap, I forgot to mention travel also. The pile 2, this side, the Panther, it kept talking about travel and traveling and either flying somewhere, going somewhere. Maybe they're gonna take a trip, or maybe they're just gonna leave school for a bit, or I don't know why I just said leave school. Maybe they're gonna just leave maybe they're gonna leave this separation, they're gonna leave this connection for a bit, and maybe you guys will come together later on, but they are going somewhere, and I think it's gonna help them also self-reflect. It says covered in bugs. I'm not really sure how. I wrote that down because I honestly don't even know why I wrote that card, but I seem to get it all the time, and I take it as maybe somebody's going through a time of where they're not cleanly, maybe homeless, maybe they can't shower, to where they're or maybe they're staying at somebody's apartment, someone else's, and they can't shower, or it could actually be that they end up maybe traveling to hiking and stuff like that, or maybe they go to ground themselves somewhere that has bugs. Oh, by the way, I flipped out before because I freaking got nail polish on my desk, and this desk is too much, worth too much money to fucking do that. Okay, yeah, so covered in bugs. You could also take that in any interpretation you'd want. Maybe they're kind of just allowing themselves to be covered in bugs. They're allowing imagine they're sitting in a forest, and they're just sitting there so upset, and just isolating themselves from everyone else. They just don't feel the need to get up and continue. They're just so upset, and to the point where they just allow themselves to be covered by bugs. It reminds me of death, kind of the death card, the end of a situation, maybe the end of the Lovers, I was saying, it's gonna end. It's just, that's what it just made me think of. Okay, so the Queen of Cups. Oh, mouth came out twice. So maybe specifically your throat chakra, communicating, talking it out, mouth, talk about your insecurities, mouth out, speak out loud what you think your insecurities are. It could also just talk with them about your insecurities. Talk with the other person to fix it. Talk things out. You could also probably look up things to try and heal your throat chakra. Specifically, I think specifically in your throat chakra, I think you're having difficulties talking. Maybe you're, also having difficulties breathing, something physically that's happening to your body. And I think, looking it up and looking up different like crystals or different healing methods that could possibly help you open up your throat chakra. Okay, 8 of Pentacles. I feel like I constantly get the same cards, like, not like over and over again, but like there's a lot of cards in here. Oh! There's a lot of cards in here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's another card over here. I feel like there's a lot of... Oh my god, there's another one. How did I not see that card? What the heck is going on? Oh my god. Okay. So this card also I think is meant to be. Okay, so good idea. I think that's like mentioning like how I was talking about communicating, like, you know, it's a good idea to talk. 8 of Pentacles, I think. Oh. Let's see what else it talks about. 8 of Pentacles. Real quick. What else is a good idea? It's also saying, like, okay, it says perfectionism, frustration, setbacks, and obsession. So maybe, like, it's a good idea to work on those things. And, you know, work on that obsession, work on trying to work out your perfectionism tendencies. Maybe take a step back and understand why you're always having setbacks. Also, someone in this connection could possibly have brown eyes. It could be both of you too, also. It also says the more you hide it, the more it will kill you inside. So maybe you're hiding something, maybe there's some sort of lie, like I said, deceit. Whether it be with the other entity, or it could be with this person. It could also just be you not listening to yourself, or that person's not listening to their inner self. Like, they're not listening to what their subconscious is trying to tell them. They're not, you know, looking inward and understanding that nobody's perfect and that they do have flaws. Okay, I'm gonna move on to your charms now. Also, I wanted to mention, because I just saw on the bottom of the deck, it said, don't care what other people think. I wanted to mention with that, like, people say, like, well, okay, well, how can I not care what other people think? Like, it's hard to not care what other people think, you know? And obviously, yes, you're right, it is hard. Like, it is hard not to care what other people think, you know? But you have to know that, like I said, not everybody's gonna like you. There's always gonna be somebody talking crap, and take it as a compliment, you know? Notice that most of the time, people only talk crap about other people because they're insecure about that topic, you know, specifically. So if, like, someone's talking crap about your outfit, or, like, talking crap about your physical appearance, it's probably because they're insecure about their physical appearance. Also, another way to not, like, to help not care what other people think is, I mean, you could talk about what somebody said to you with somebody else, you know? I personally feel like if you speak it out loud, saying that it bothered you, it's like you, like, set it into existence that it bothered you, if that makes any sense. Like, you reinforce the fact that their comment bothered you, you know? If you just let it, like, you know, whatever they said, and you physically do an action where you, like, move your arm over your shoulder, like, after it's said, and, like, physically do that to release that negative energy, you like did the action of sweeping it over your shoulder, instead of having to speak it out into existence, saying, like, reinforcing that you let it bother you. Sometimes it's best to just not even like talk about it, because you're gonna talk about it and be set on it for the rest of the day and fully let it resonate and stick with you, rather than just being like thinking about it for a little bit and then you just let it go. Okay, I'll be back with your charms. Okay, so we have the charm bag here. We got all these different little goodies here. I'm going to shuffle them around 3 times and then pull out your charms. Okay, we got a lot here. Maybe somebody in the connection has a lot. Oh, gut. You maybe follow your gut feeling. Gut. Do you have a gut feeling? Maybe you feel like you have to communicate, like you're having a gut instinct of wanting to talk to them. Or it's just like follow your gut, whatever your gut is. Maybe somebody in this connection talks a lot. Oh, I forgot to mention we also have Pisces energy. Someone could also be Pisces. Pisces in the moon, the reverse moon that was over here. So we have that. We have Pisces here. We have Scorpio too. What's so funny? I was actually getting Scorpio vibes too. In the very beginning. So the cups, if you haven't known, cups represents Pisces. We have all the water signs here, actually. You could most definitely be a water sign, which is Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. We also have... Oh, we have 2 more. Wow, we have a lot of... We have a... Capricorn. There's very strong Capricorn energy. Capricorn. We got Capricorn, Libra. These could be any of your placements. This could be... moon, ascendant, sun sign, and this could also represent one of the persons, like the people that we were talking about. So definitely we got that. Yeah, okay, so let's see what we have. Let's pull the numbers out first. We got 5. 5 could be important. 5 represents change. 5 could be some sort of date. We're gonna pull some other ones, like 8 here. 8 represents abundance, having a lot of something. Maybe there's a lot in your power that you could potentially use. Don't feel like you don't have, you're like, oh, I'm not going to do whatever it is now just because I don't feel like I'm ready. No, you are ready. You have enough in your power to do what is needed. For example, communicate with this person, reaching out, We still have gut here. I think I dropped it over there. We also have 2 1s, 1 1, especially since it's doubled. I take that as like it being quite important. The number 1 is beginning, a new beginning. Like we said, new beginnings, new moon. Number 1, 1 1, right here. That's another signification, saying a clean slate, possibility of having a new opportunity with this person or having a new beginning. Even if that could also be represented for if this connection doesn't work out, you will still have a new clean slate because you could, end that connection and find somebody else. So maybe that's specifically with a romantic connection. You could find somebody else romantically. We got 2. 2 represents... I need to look that one up because I'm not quite sure. It's still in the beginning. It's quite like in the beginning phase. I have a book actually over here that lists all the meanings of the numbers, so I will get back to you. Wow, I was literally just talking about how sometimes I feel like I don't believe in tarot, but I really do think this reading is like, oh, what did you say? What? They're really showing me the fact that 1-1 came out twice, right? And there was already like 3 other cards that said new beginning a million times, and it's from different decks. And then the fact that 2 also came out talking about it says balance, partnership, and duality. There was another card that said duality. I think that was the what was it? I think it was the lovers. I need to look it up. I need to see, like, the fact that came out. I need to know. I'm pretty sure it was the lovers that said that. The lovers, I think, is card number 6. Well, I mean, it says relationships here, but I could have sworn it said duality somewhere. But even if it doesn't, I could have sworn one of them said duality. Even if it doesn't, the fact that number 2 also represents balance, and that's what the Libra represents, balance, like having balance, duality, a balance between the two. Not one person should have all the control, and not the other person should have all the control. I think you guys both are, like, bashing heads. You're like bulls, and you're not quite listening to each other. And I think you both need to learn how to balance it out and, you know, share each things and not control one another. So that's crazy that 2 came out literally saying what I was talking about this entire time. And the fact that it specifically says, like, it specifically said, like, partnership, like, 2 people, like, partnership, like, that could also represent with the love relationship, like, 2 people, the love card, that literally the love card, too, like, okay, I'm gonna move on, from that. So we got FM, their name could start with an F, their name could start with an H, FM, I just said M, okay, well, there's a lot of M's also here. I think I just subconsciously said M, like, not even realizing. So their name could definitely start with an M. I'm definitely getting M. There's a lot of M's. I'm gonna kind of, like, leave them. Oh, we also got a devil. So maybe the devil, whoever that represents. Also, the fact that the devil came out and we had the devil card is pretty shocking. Maybe the person's name that is the devil it starts with an M. Could also start with an A since it's nearby. Didn't it also say, like, picking flowers in the garden or whatever in that affirmation thing? Maybe the devil needs to, like, you know, ground themselves in nature. I think you guys are fighting for the crown, and I don't think it's healthy. You guys, relationships aren't competition. You know, you shouldn't have to feel like you're competing against people, whether it's a love relationship, whether it's a friendship. It's a partnership. You guys work together, not against each other. So I think you guys are, like, fighting for the crown when it's only going to end in hardship or like, heartbreak. You guys need to, like, learn that it's not about the crown. It's about, you know, each other and giving each other a cup. The two of cups, you know, that card of balance. Sap, maybe somebody's sappy, maybe somebody's, like, we also have the Q here. Queen, wanting to be queen. Maybe you're on the way of trying to be, the Queen of Cups. You're trying to find emotions for other people. You need to turn that card upside down, you know, and have emotions for other people and understanding other people's emotions, not just your own. Sap, maybe being sappy, like, someone being sad, sappy, talking to you about their sad moments, or maybe being a little bit, like, cheesy when it comes to being sappy, like, it gets a little, like, cheesy. It could also come off as a little bit manipulative, because maybe it's, like, they're being, like, overtly emotional, rather than being, like, normally, maybe. Okay, I just saw reckless. It doesn't say reckless, obviously, but the fact that there's an R, C, K next to each other makes me think, like there's an R here, makes me think of reckless. So somebody being impulsive, like the Panther, Black Panther. I also saw sex here, sex. Maybe you're addicted to that love, that like the sex. Maybe you're addicted to the sex, or maybe that person's addicted to the sex. Maybe they also have Capricorn placements, like meds. I just thought of medication. Meds. I also saw good morning. Maybe somebody's taking medication, or maybe somebody has to take, maybe somebody needs to take medication. Like maybe they have some mental issues and they're just like not doing it. We got GM, good morning text. Maybe somebody's sending you good morning texts, or you, yeah. Maybe the person that needs to take medication is the one that's sending you good morning texts. We got K, maybe dry texting. Maybe one of you guys are a dry texter. We got bullhorns, like I said, like bulls. It could also be like the moon card that came out. We got a bike, riding your bike. Maybe you're going to be riding a bike soon, or maybe you are riding bikes to get places, traveling like that. Or maybe you're like forced to ride the bike in some way. We got P, heart, G. Maybe initials, somebody's name is P and somebody's name is G, hearts each other. That could be some sort of friends that you know, or could be the two people in this connection, or could even be that third party person. We got GM again, good morning. Free. Feeling free. Maybe you do these harmful things to yourself because you want to feel free, but you don't realize that you could still feel free by not harming yourself. Someone, it looks like someone here, and let's look at the charms. Someone, there's a spider charm, which makes me think of leaving, like there's dust, there's nobody there anymore, that dust builds up, you know, like dusty. Somebody leaving, that could be that person. Someone's dusty, somebody that's dusty is leaving, or that they leave and dust builds up in their place. We also have a goat, that could be somebody who's an Aries. That could also be the Capricorn, possibly leaving, fleeing, running away. IDK, I don't know, dry texting. You got like a unicorn there. What could that represent? There's a lot of keys around that as well. IDK. Maybe you don't know how to open up the door to possibilities, like the Ace of Cups. And I would say the best way to do that is by reaching out. Reach out to this person, talk to them, and try and communicate and see if there's a way to resolve things. I think to whoever the friend connection is, if you really feel in your gut that no, like there's no way that we could fix things, then, you know, trust your gut, like it said. But if you feel like there's a possibility that there can be a new beginning, there could be a new friendship, a great connection between the two of you, I think the best way to engage in this is reaching out and communicating. And talk nicely, you know. Don't say you, like think also me, like think inward, like what did I do wrong too, you know. And own up to your mistakes, you know. Don't be like, I'm sorry, but, you know, that's not a way to apologize. That's like half-assed apology, you know. Say like, I'm sorry that I did these things, you know, like then like specifically say them, and then be like, I didn't mean to make you feel blah 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 this way, you know. now that you showed me, or like you told me this, I will work on these things. And then be like, I also wanted to mention, though, I really didn't feel comfortable with blah 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 X, Y, and Z, and I would want to establish some boundaries and say, like, I really do think you're a good person, blah blah blah, or I just want you to understand that I won't continue to be your friend or your lover if you continue to do X, Y, and Z. Like, you know, that's all you have to say. I mean, you don't have to butter them up and be like, I think you're a good person. Like, you can just, you don't have to do that. I think maybe that's more of like manipulation, and maybe I shouldn't have said that, but there's a way to do it, you know? This reminds me of Jewish star. Maybe somebody here is Jewish. We also have a music note. Playing music. Maybe something recently happened with the music. Maybe you guys share similar music. Maybe you guys like to dance to the same music. Freak. I see freak. And it's also by a Cancer. So maybe you will meet a Cancer that is either like sexually a freak, or they are just a freak in general, like really strange to you. So I would keep an eye on that. We got handmade. Maybe somebody has like their own business and makes things handmade that you like. Or maybe like you refer to yourself as handmade, like you made yourself, like you build things by your hands or whatever, and like you're trying to say like I don't know. You could figure out what that represents. We got a flower. This reminds me of that lotus that was on the Ace of Cups. So like, you know, there's a possibility of new beginnings. We also got a dog bone. So you could have a dog. Somebody could have a dog. Maybe you like treat people like dogs. Or maybe somebody treats people like dogs. We also got a lot of crosses. Maybe you have a religious background. Maybe somebody here is religious, is important with the cross. We have 3 crosses. Yeah, 3 came out. Let's see what the number 3 means. It says creativity, groups, and growth. So, having faith in your friends, you know, and trusting their decisions and their beliefs and what they do, you know, trusting them, you know. You have to, the first person has to gain more trust for the people around them and have faith in the people around them, in groups. What else did it say? Creativity and growth, growing, having faith in your growth, you know, and trusting the universe has your back. We got an angel here by the key, so unlocking your spiritual background or realm, you know, listening to your subconscious, looking inward, listening to your spirit guides. They're only here to try and help you and guide you down the path, the healthiest path possible. We got a mouse. This makes me think of maybe the person that is sappy is a mouse or represents a mouse. This reminds me of somebody who maybe thinks of themselves, maybe like insecurity. They think themselves as small. What else about a mouse? Maybe like a rat. Like they're a rat and like maybe they rat on you, like to other people. Could also not be that. Maybe like somebody cute and cuddly, like somebody who actually has who's nice They also could possibly be Jewish. We got a stocking here. Maybe you're excited for Christmas. Maybe you miss Christmas. Maybe you had a lot of sex in Christmas time. Maybe because you're like back home or something. Like with your family. That's weird. I don't know. Maybe you just like you were like I don't know. I'm getting like college vibes. That's why I keep saying like back home. Like you could be out at college and then you're coming home. I'm not really sure about this, whatever this is. So maybe there's somebody back home that you hook up with. So we got the fish here too. There's a fish, Pisces energy. The sappy person could be a Pisces. Or the sex having, this person sending good morning texts. What did I say DS was? Crap. DS. Princess wants to be treated like a princess. Maybe somebody was spoiled as a kid by one of their parents, so they think everybody needs to like bow down to them. KJ, maybe that's the person. Their initials could also be JK, like just kidding. I was just thinking maybe somebody just made a joke. I don't know. We got an angel here, like watching over you, and wing. Maybe somebody who passed away treated you like a princess and like cared a lot for you and maybe spoiled you. We got a little bat symbol. I also looked at the bat card, so that could possibly be important. So the bat, maybe you recently watched the Batman movie. Maybe you also, what does the bat card represent? Let's see. I know it isn't really that big of a deal, but I really just want to know. Because I saw it and it looked important. It says darkness, letting go, death leading to rebirth. That's crazy. Refusing to let go and reminiscing. How to get in balance, it says accept, adapt, and adjust. So there's definitely has to be some sort of change. It's funny that I talked about Covered in Bugs being the death card, and the fact that this just said the death. So, and the separation obviously is like the ending of something. So maybe like I said, talking things out could also just be like the death of a different situation. Damn, bro, I just lost it. The darkness. Letting go. That's what caught my eye too. Like letting go and stop holding grudges with people. Know that people make mistakes, and if you talk things out and like set boundaries and like establish those boundaries, and that person doesn't make a mistake again, you can't hold a grudge against them. What's in the past is the past. Like you can't hold on to the past. And sometimes, even if somebody doesn't apologize to you and things don't work out, sometimes it's better to just forgive for yourself. Forgiveness is for yourself. It isn't for other people. It's so you can live a better life. X, that could be maybe the bat is referring to one of your exes, like letting them go. And darkness, maybe like they have some sort of darkness And it also says death leading to rebirth. So maybe in order for there to be rebirth, you have to let this ex go. Have a death of that situation. We also have a monkey. We have TI. There's like a lot. Maybe some person like talks a lot. Or talks a little bit too much. We got today. Fly, like starting today. The elephant, somebody who's wise and has a big heart. Ox, I'm thinking of ox and oak. And we also got sap, oak and sap next to each other, so maybe grounding yourself in nature, going out in nature with either that Pisces person, going out in nature with the dog. Bat is also here in these words, so bat as well. We got Tinkerbell here. That leaf makes me think of flying. It also makes me think of air signs, some sort of air sign. We got a monkey here too. Monkeys make me think of like the beginning of like humankind. Having like very animalistic actions. That could be like the addiction card. TI could be initials. TI could be too much information. Yeah, I'm not sure. We got a cat here. This person could have a cat. You could have a cat. We got Tinkerbell, or like some sort of fairy. JI. Could be initials. A fairy. We got pentacles, so earth signs. This represents earth signs. Earth sign name could be a V, could be an M, could be a G. That could be their initials. It could also just be like good morning or GVM. I don't know what that stands for. We got a horseshoe, or not a horseshoe. We got a seahorse with D, so maybe a Pisces that has the name D. We got a butterfly. We got a lot of keys. We got an alligator. Maybe somebody is an alligator. Let's see what the alligator represents. I think that's a fire sign. They might not even have an alligator. I'm pretty sure they do, but you know, could be wrong. Okay, I'll just read what this says. It says instinctual, it says sensitive to the subtle and dreamer. I think that's representing the panther a little bit more. Yeah, definitely the panther. It says artistic as well. So, and it said the panther is artistic. So, it also says artistic, telepathic, spiritual, and it says when they're out of balance, they're exclusive, non-committal, and flaky. So maybe that person has a tendency of doing that, being flaky and non-committal. We also have a crown on them as well, like wanting to take the crown. All right. Thank you so much for sticking to the very end. I hope you had a great reading. I hope some of these messages have resonated with you. If you liked watching, please leave a little alligator emoji in the comment section. Also, maybe leave a something that you liked or something that was accurate. I would love to hear. I literally would love to hear. So let me know. Let me hear your feedback. Maybe also if you have any criticism, please let me know. Things that I could work on. Construction criticism, please. Don't be mean to me. Please don't be mean. Okay. Have a nice day. Bye. Hello, my pile threes. If you chose the Chariot and the Eight of Swords, this will be your reading about your separation. So, let's start off with the crystal slash little item we have above our cards. This is, I believe it's an emerald. It's an emerald Buddha. He's got his little pack on his back and he's happy. He's a happy Buddha ready to go on an adventure. Kind of like the Chariot. They're like on the move for like victory. But some of the things with an emerald is some of the benefits of an emerald. It says gain wisdom and improve intellectual power, become more creative and innovative, financial gains, better communication skills, faithfulness, love, fertility, fame. It also talks about since it's green, we could think about finances, we could think about nature, materialistic things. You could also think about your heart chakra. That's like the green placement in the chakras. So opening up in your heart. This could possibly open up your heart and, help heal your heart as well. Some of the healing properties alone have protective qualities which allow complete stimulation and restoration of the mind, body, and spirit. We all have different levels of relationships with ourselves, and this relationship allows us to harness the power of the emerald, which could be used to cleanse an individual's soul, including the people around them. If you master the art of controlling the energy flow within the body, you can easily leverage the healing properties of an emerald in restoring damaged body tissues. So, a little bit more from my intuition with this stone is you could possibly be like on the move, possibly you were stagnant before, but now you're on the move. Now things are being released around you and you're able to move on, get on with your life, or just travel. You don't feel stuck, stagnant anymore. Things like that. So I'm going to put the little happy Buddha over here. And also I feel like just having more happiness in your life, like feeling more happy and not letting the sadness control you, and realize like maybe also like with the Buddha figuring out that materialistic things they don't bring happiness. They don't guarantee you happiness. They don't bring happiness. Pretty sure the Chariot was over the Eight of Swords. So we're just going to put that over here for right now. I'll talk a little bit more about these cards. I just want to lay out your cards first. So I shuffled them all off camera just because I felt like it does take a while. I will shuffle in front of you your tarot cards once I get the chance. So let's put these out here. We got the first person is represented by the elk, and we have a prism colored card, which is caution. And then we have underneath that is your dreams need a practical plan, full moon in Taurus. Then we have passion, we have gratitude, an affirmation card of having gratitude. ¿Por qué? Why? Okay. And then we have the tarantula. We have the confidence card. We have expect a powerful change. Oh wait, no, this went like this here before. We got transition, expect a powerful change, and then affirmation card is sanctuary. I will pull it aside a little bit more so you could actually see it more. Okay. Okay, so first I wanted to discuss the Chariot and the Eight of Swords in reverse. So, with these two cards, I'm just going to have them here for right now. Um, okay, so let's just talk first. I like to open up the conversation of signs first. We have Cancer, and we have Swords, which represents air signs. So you could possibly be one of those things. You could also possibly have one of those placements somewhere in your chart. It might not even apply to you. We might also just be talking about emotions, since Cancer is a water sign, and we could also be talking about communication or taking action of a situation. So I'm going to say that it's more about taking action of a situation, because the Chariot and the Eight of Swords is such a like great combination that it's like basically you're taking life by the horns, and you know, instead of crumbling in the face of adversity, you are grabbing the bull by its horns and steering yourself into the direction that you want. So you may have recently went through a difficult separation. It possibly has been this separation between the two of you, and it was very difficult. I definitely think that there was times where maybe you had self-limiting beliefs, or maybe it was very difficult, and you know, your self-limiting beliefs possibly plagued you. Maybe you're always like saying that you weren't good enough, or like you can't do anything, like especially right after this, maybe the months after or the weeks after, it was like you literally just felt like garbage, and you felt like you couldn't move, or you couldn't or maybe you felt stuck in this relationship or friendship with this person, and you finally have made the decision that now it's time to take charge and find the life and the path that is made for you. You're taking action. You're not like believing that, oh, like you're playing the victim and that somebody else has to come and help you. Like you're standing up in your own individual power, and you're taking action, and you are you're not going to wait for somebody to save you. You're saving yourself, which is so powerful within itself. That's such a great attitude to have. I feel like a lot of the time, especially people who have endured a lot of pain, they like to fall back on and they think that they're like, oh, well, instead of like healing from this past, they let themselves believe that they're not good enough. They let themselves believe that they can't fix this and that they'll never be happy. And they just they're okay with that. And they just live that way the rest of their life, when they could just, take the time and effort to take charge, take action, like how you're doing. I'm very proud of, I don't know which, I think both of you guys possibly could be having this energy of wanting to take back your life. Maybe you guys both have just found yourself in different paths and steered in different directions. I definitely think that this person has went through some sort of change, or has been transitioning into a powerful change, and maybe you guys just have steered away from each other during that time. With the Chariot is a great card. The Chariot is this person who is striving for victory. They have everything in their power. They have the strength, they have the motivation, they have the control, they have the determination. They literally have the willpower to, go after what they want. And they even have the duality. They have the black and the white, here, the two, what are they called? Sphinx, where they balance each other. And even though they both are going in a different direction, this person still has the willpower to like guide them, you know, to go, be able to control them to go in the same path. Like they're able to control both their light self and their shadow self. I also think this is also representing, the black and the white is representing like what was it? How the hell did I just lose this? Oh. So it could represent the positive and the negative. It could also represent opposing forces. So like this person is balanced. This person's able to use their balance. They're able to use like they're able to find balance within themselves and being able to use it and wield it, you know, to achieve what they want. It's a very good sign. Very good. This is like an overall message of what the story is going to be like. That's what I'm going to declare those cards as. This is like going to tell us what the whole story is going to be about between the two of you. Also, want to mention one more thing. This also represents traveling, going on, traveling somewhere. We also have the Buddha that's traveling somewhere. Maybe you're like, maybe you felt stuck in a certain location, like maybe a hometown or something, and now you're taking your bags and you're going. Like you're not staying anymore. Like you're maybe contemplating renting an RV and traveling like the world and like heading out and roaming the country, or even considered selling your home. You're just like, you're ready to go. You're ready to start a new life. That could be for the both of you, of course. This is overall energy for everybody, for the both of you. Okay, so we're gonna discuss first the elk. So possibly you both are kind of like wanting to like just flee the situation after the separation. I'm not saying that you guys might, you know, come back to each other. I don't feel that that's the case. I feel like you guys are both going, especially since you guys are both going to change a lot. I feel like I don't think that you guys will be coming back together, maybe as like future on, like maybe acquaintances, maybe. But I do feel that the Chariot and the Eight of Swords is what you both want to achieve as a goal. I think the elk, so the elk could represent an earth sign. We have Taurus here, so they could possibly be a Taurus. They could have a moon in Taurus. They could also possibly be a Virgo or a Capricorn. But this is just like a little message or advice for the elk. When I pulled these cards, I kind of just asked how, like, who this elk represents, because I want to, in this first pull out of cards, I want to figure out who these two people are. So with the elk, it was mentioning this person's quite headstrong. They represent like a father figure, or they could have quite masculine energy. So they don't have to be a man, they could be a woman. They could be just a representation of some sort of friendship or things like that. So another thing, they're stable, they're resilient, they're headstrong, It says that it's an element of its purest masculine form. It provides an underlying support and stability amidst many life changes. This person is, I would say, they're not the person to quite jump from thing to thing. I think they might be cautious. They could be like they could like, or that could just be saying that they need to be more cautious. I feel like with this cautious card, I feel like it's more advice, especially with the passion and the gratitude. I feel like all of this is more just advice for the elk. So I feel like the elk card is to represent them, and then this is like their advice. So they could also be, they become very known and respected for acting in the way that upholds their values. They could possibly stick up for their values. You know, they like, they respect their values. They don't like anybody, you know, try to convince them otherwise or try to like change them. They could also sometimes have an ego or like have their ego inflated, but for the most part they make good fathers, mothers, lovers, and friends. So they also could be quite supportive. They could be kind and consistent when they're in balance, and if they're out of balance, they could be pretentious and high and mighty. So like thinking that, you know, that they're better than everybody else. Since I'm seeing that it's been a separation, I possibly feel that both the tarantula and the elk are both out of balance. Especially that you both are trying to achieve the Chariot, I would say, and the Eight of Swords. You're trying to achieve, you know, grabbing life by the horns and creating like a duality of balance within yourself. And so I think you both are quite out of balance. I think this is advice for the elk to not jump into anything too quickly. I think they might be trying to like flee from this situation. Maybe they like ran away. Maybe they're in like a fight or flight mode. Like they're just like, I need to go, you know. Yellow, the color yellow we also have two colors that are yellow here. Yellow could represent, you know, royalty. It could represent happiness. It could represent caution. It's also a quite bright color that is usually always seen like from a mile away. It's very vibrant, very, you know, it stands out a lot. We're quite sensitive to it. It also can trigger a fight or flight response, like I was saying. Maybe this person has a lot of anxiety that builds up. I think it also represents the solar plexus energy center, so maybe they need to do some healing in the solar plexus. Maybe they could get some crystals that help with that solar plexus, or maybe look up ways of how to heal their solar plexus. It's the energy centered sitting over the stomach. It's thought as our second brain, like a gut feeling, following your gut. I could have sworn I also read a card, I think within this, that was saying to trust your gut and stop thinking so much with your mind. So it could have been actually this card. So yeah, so maybe start listening to your inner voice and stop ignoring it. Like listen to what your gut is trying to tell you. And because they will ultimately guide you to where you need to be in the path that you're like the path that you should take. Your second brain, you know, your gut feeling helps us controls our moods and our emotional needs beyond what our brain tells us. It's also tied to adrenal glands, which can trigger the fight or flight. So, I definitely think this is some advice for the elk to relax and take things day by day, slow down, like don't jump into anything too quickly. Maybe that's talking to the elk, saying not to jump into a relationship too quickly, being that you possibly, this could have been a love connection, you guys split, and maybe you're like feeling a bit insecure or just feeling like lonely and you feel like you need to be with somebody, and this is just giving some advice to wait. Think before you act. And also balance that. Find a balance between the gut and your mind. Like, don't just use one. You have to find a balance. Also, they said some other things about how to help your situation. So especially if you went through a very difficult, hard time and you want to grab life by the horns and you want to steer yourself in the right direction, but you just don't know how to, and you're possibly feeling like you've been taken advantage of, or you just feel like, life can't possibly get better, and you just don't want to, like, help yourself. Obviously, take the time to heal. Everybody has a different process of healing and a different time span. Like, it's going to take time, and you have to deal with it. You have to think about it. You're going to have to cry, let all the crying out. You're going to have to talk about it to others. You can't hold that stuff in. You have to journal about it, let it out, heal, because if you don't heal properly, most of the time, whatever this drastic change or drastic conflict that you might have had will repeat itself. You guys might not even had a crazy conflict. Maybe you guys just, finally, like, steered away from each other, like the black and the white. Maybe the elk is the white and the tarantula is the black, and you guys just, like, but you need to, not that both of you, but each of you both need to find the opposite within yourself. Like, the elk needs to find and understand the darkness. The tarantula needs to see the light, So what are some things that you can possibly focus on? I had it down, but Okay, so journaling prompts that you could possibly journal and discuss amongst yourself is, in what way do I play the role of a victim? What alternative situations are available to me? What thoughts and beliefs are no longer serving me? So you could possibly write about those things. I know, obviously, I feel like with the Eight of Swords, it's more of like, the Eight of Swords upright is more representing, like, when it's upright, it's more like you are stuck. You think you're stuck, but, like, all you have to do is just take off that blindfold and see that you could easily get away from the situation, You are not allowing yourself to see past the fact that you have all the willpower to get out of this situation. You need to help yourself. No one else can come and rescue you. But it's also in reverse. So I think you are starting to realize that. I think you are starting to possibly realize that, being sad for the rest of your life is not worth it. It's time to find some happiness. It's time to take control of your life, and it's time to heal. It's time to move forward and find gratitude. The gratitude card, and find more passion as well in your life. Maybe things have gotten stale or sad and lonely, or just like, you know, boring in life, and it's saying to find that motivation, bring back that, your passions, your hobbies, the things that you used to do, that excited you, that brought you excitement. So the gratitude card says, today I'm grateful for all the little things. Even when the big things suck, there's always plenty of little things I can be a little bit grateful for, like hot showers and music and the fact that humans invented the internet. And I'm allowed to use it whenever I want to, using fingers and thumbs to do whatever think them to do at any given moment. So, you know, maybe also write affirmations, you know, like the best way to change your thoughts and to release those limiting beliefs is to journal, you know, or even just say things out loud, speak them into existence, communicate with yourself. This yellow can represent communication. So like communicate with yourself, like look in the mirror and give yourself some positive compliments. Like look at yourself and give positive compliments. Every time you say something negative about yourself, say at least 3 positive things. You know, bring more positivity into your life. Also just like you could write affirmations in your journal and like say exactly what it is that you want in life. Like write down what you want in life, like over and over and over again. It will help you remember, and it will help you lead you to where you want to go, you know. Repetition is very important because it helps you break those limiting beliefs, honestly. It helps you change your thought process. It helps you change the way you see the world around you. So with the passion card here, it says the frequency of the passion reminds us that beneath us every intense emotion lies the hidden gem of insight, balance, and calm. It assists us to finding the balance within this intensity, moving us from chaos to the calm of its core, where we can let its long-lasting wisdom fill us up. So I think this is also some advice for finding balance. Like you need to find some balance within your life and find calm. Maybe it's been quite rough waters. My elk friend, you've been possibly struggling or just going through it mentally and not really sitting with yourself or allowing all of this to be discussed. Suppressing will only make it worse. Because you suppressing it, you're pushing it down within you, you're pushing it down into your subconscious mind, your dark self. You're not accepting your shadow self. You're not accepting them. You need to accept them and love every aspect to you and understand that when there's positive, there also comes negative. You know, nobody's perfect. Everybody has a shadow self, and those are the things that people need to work on. Everybody has stuff to work on. Nobody's perfect. Suppressing is a real deadly thing. Suppressing only, if anything, suppressing only what is the word called? It only like guarantees that whatever traumatic or bad experience you had will come again. And it's because you didn't learn anything from it. You didn't process it. You didn't heal from it. So whatever difficult time you went through, you are just enforcing it to happen again by suppressing. And you could possibly end up pushing those toxic, traits onto other people, and affecting the people around you, because you're not willing to understand that, that you aren't perfect, and that you have, things to work on, that you kind of just take out those shadow self aspects on everybody else, um so I think this person is definitely on the way of learning, this elk. I think this separation has made them realize things. I also kind of have a feeling that this might be the viewer, but I could be wrong. I feel like this person is definitely going to do a lot more transitioning and change rather than the elk. I think the tarantula is definitely going to find more confidence within themselves. I think they are going to do a lot more self-reflecting, and they're transitioning into like a completely different person. Not that they're going to be a bad person, it's they're changing for the better. They're learning more things about themselves. They could possibly be becoming like more understanding, or just understanding the world better from different aspects. I think they might be going into a sanctuary. This reminds me of the Hermit card. They possibly might be hermiting, waiting for the time when they are ready in order to come back into the light. And they're doing a lot of self-reflection. They're looking inside a lot, trying to understand what went wrong. I think they're going to be learning a lot more about the separation than the elk is. And they're more willing to learn. I feel like the elk has a little bit more of a more traditional values, or more of like a stubborn approach to things. I think they're not as willing as the tarantula. But I think this separation will help them realize that they cannot stay doing the same thing that they have been doing. I think they will get a caution, something. I'm not gonna say that, like, I think they're gonna be in a risky situation at some point for whatever they are doing, and I think it's gonna be quite an eye opener. I think it's gonna, life's gonna slap them in the face, and it's gonna be an eye opener, and they're gonna realize, like, damn, like, things gotta change. And that possibly could have been this connection, actually, but they could also possibly be a gossiper, the elk. Maybe they like to gossip more, and I think it's based on suppressed insecurities. Maybe they judge people for their insecurities. That's another way of, suppress emotions. You end up affecting the people around you. So I really do think that, being more grateful for the people around you rather than being so negative would be a great thing that this elk can learn. Also, I wanted to mention, if we look at the numbers here, we have 34 and we have 43, which are like, that's kind of crazy. 34, it's like a mirror. We have a mirror here. I definitely think you guys both have, I think you guys both brought balance to each other because this person was light, had light attributes, and then, but like a little bit of darkness within them. Like, you guys were like yin and yang. And I think the separation was meant to happen in order for both of you to find balance within yourselves, not to be dependent on each other to find balance. I mean, look at how much dark, all of this is dark looking, besides the sanctuary card, but all of these cards are quite dark, and then over here it's like vibrant light colors, Alright, so a little bit more about the connection between the both of you and a little bit more about the tarantula. So, the tarantula, either you guys are still together and you're anticipating a separation, or you guys just quite recently had a separation and you had to end up making a decision. The tarantula possibly had to make a decision to end this. By the way, the tarantula represents a fire sign. Fire is Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. So you could be one of those things. But I think this person is going through quite a change. I'm also was kind of getting Scorpio vibes, so you could possibly be a Scorpio. With the confidence card is fully black. We have a lot of black here, and with the color black, it represents death, which death represents Scorpio. A death of a situation is some sort of transformation, transition, and new moon, clean slate. We have new moon eclipse here, very drastic, clean slate. Everything, the past is being swept out from under you, and it's being it's not being erased, it's still being there, but you're a new person now. You have a clean slate. You could, you've been baptized. You're a different person now. You have so much potential that you can finally, now that it's, the darkness, there's enough space to fill up all that potential you have, tarantula. So I think you both have taken time away from each other. You guys are both separated. I think you guys are both taking it quite slow, and I feel like this person is being cautiously urgent to take things slow and to, appreciate what they've had with the tarantula and understand what happened and understand, the dark and the light of the situation, understand that, and heal from it. They could possibly, if they are trying to find appreciation for it, they could possibly be relaxing and trying to take it day by day. Hopefully they are. They might not be. They could, like I said, this is a warning telling them to. But this person is definitely, the tarantula is, taking it day by day. They are, or maybe they need to also take it day by day. Maybe you both need grounding. You guys both need to chill out and be hey, you have a lot of days. I know time is so precious, but take time for yourself and put yourself first and realize you need to relax a little bit. Sit down, watch some TV, scroll on the internet, just like this was saying, take hot showers, appreciate music, appreciate the little things that you have, understand that just because big things suck, there's still the positive, there's still good things. With the sanctuary, I really do think the tarantula is, hermiting. They're going in their room, hiding away from everybody. They could possibly still be very upset of the situation. I I think the tarantula is definitely gaining some self-love, some confidence for themselves. Possibly they maybe felt insecure, or are being guided by their spirit guides to, you know, work through their insecurities and find more self-love and confidence within themselves. Confidence is, you know, everybody struggles with confidence and insecurities. It always takes time, it always takes a lot of effort. Like I said with the elk, you know, self journaling, self affirmations, telling yourself some nice positive things always helps. With the transition card, it says the frequency of transition supports our deepest understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence and our lives, so that we can learn to let go, surrender to the process, and allow transition to occur with ease and grace. I'm definitely getting Scorpio vibes. It's also just advising you and trying to explain to you that, you know, things change, life changes, and it might have happened unexpectedly, it might have happened drastically, and it's quite scary that life can change so fast. You know, it really was an eye-opener. I think for you, it was for the tarantula, it was quite an eye-opener. But like, because of that life changes so fast and can change with just like that, it's trying to teach you, and it's, you know, pushing you to learn to let things go and to surrender to the process. You know, life is too short to hold on to things, to hold grudges, to be mad at people. It's like, it just isn't worth it, and it's not worth your time, and it's not worth your happiness, you know? Forgiveness is for you. It's not for the other person. Yeah. I wish I could find some more. So also the tarantula says it's at a crossroad, claiming life's purpose. So I think possibly whoever this elk was, I think they might have hold you back without you even like realizing. Like, in some way, I really do think that they held you back. Whether they pushed on their insecurities onto you, or whether they just, you know, I think, honestly, I think the elk had some self-limiting beliefs. I think they were quite a closed-minded person, to where they kind of pushed that onto you and maybe have made you feel like you weren't good enough, because they wanted to keep you there. They wanted to keep you there in their arms, or keep you like under them, or with them. Maybe they were afraid that once you found your life purpose or your worth, that you were gonna leave them, and that might have been what has happened. Just know that if somebody's gonna hold you back, they're not meant for you. That's all based on insecurity and control, you know. They don't want to see you do your best, and that's not healthy. You should always strive to do your best. I really can't talk. What the hell is wrong with me? I think you've realized that you have so much more to live for. You have so much more potential in your life. Maybe you felt trapped with this person. Maybe you felt the 8 of Swords upright, and now you are, you know, you also possibly could be taking, you know, the bull by its horns and, you know, striving towards victory. Like you're on the move. You're moving fast. You probably, you're gonna notice in a couple of days, you know, you're gonna change so drastically that you're gonna be like, what the heck, like, just because of this change, you know, like previously it took you a while to ever, you know, change. Maybe you never even changed before this, but the fact that this little thing, this little, you know, separation or this instance has made you change so much and grow so much that you are grateful for it, you know. And maybe they can't see, maybe they can't find something to be grateful about this, you know, like you can. Yeah, so with that point, I'm going to clear these cards and I'm going to shuffle some tarot cards for you. So I just want to mention these numbers. I'm not quite sure yet about how people like find the simplistic or the simple number of these. Like they find the simple number of it. I don't know how to explain it, but with the 3 and the 4, so 3 represents growth and 4 represents structure, stability, manifestation. So it's like, you know, the passion for the elk, finding more passion in the things that they loved. You know, I think they do have some sort of aspect of creativity, finding creativity, you know, maybe residing in groups of friends. Maybe they, you know, the way that they heal and the way that they grow is confiding in their friends. And with 4, obviously the elk was quite stable and structured. I feel like the 3 is this person and then the 4 is them, and they're trying to find their 3. They're trying to find the number that's missing. They're trying to find that balance again without this person. And then for the tarantula, it's like the other way around. They're trying to find more stability. They're trying to ground themselves. Possibly they are in a mode where they're like constantly doing something instead of grounding themselves in nature and allowing themselves to move more slowly. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna shuffle your cards, love. We should probably shuffle these. Well, actually, I shuffled them. Just put like, oh, Jesus. I don't know if I should take that. Let's just take it. Might as well. Right. So we are going to talk about the connection between the two of you. So, and understand possibly what the conflict was or why things didn't work out and what could possibly, what your lives would be like without one another, and like, or if you guys are coming back together, what that would be like. You know, and just because things end now and like situations separate now doesn't mean that they might not come in the future, you know. We got 6 of Swords, and bro, we have the Hermit card. Did I not mention the freaking Hermit? I literally mentioned that. The tarantula could also possibly be a Virgo, or the elk could possibly be a Virgo. I have a feeling more on the tarantula side since the sanctuary was on that side. It's also in reverse, so it's talking about introspection, you know, self-reflecting. I think that's more for the tarantula. But I think the tarantula has been doing a lot of that. I think this is some advice of what the elk should do. Oh, okay. I'm not going to take any of that. I only take cards that face me. And like 2 of them. If anything more than 2, I don't take them. That's gonna be my new rule. 1, 2. Okay, 5 of Wands. Fighting against others. Competition, possibly. Maybe there's some sort of competition within your relationship. Fighting against other mates or, you know. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if that was reverse or... Because the Queen of Wands came out reverse, but then it switched over. Okay, I think it's in reverse. Okay. Don't mind me also, I lost my nails. I didn't like the way that they look, so I took them off. I mean, they weren't, like, bad or whatever. They were starting to get old, and I wanted to take them off. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We got the Ace of Wands. Ooh. I think that's a good sign. Very good. Beginning of passion, like we were talking about. The beginning of the passion for the elk. I think the elk will start to find more passion, possibly for themselves. More love for themselves. We got the 7 of Swords. And we got the Page of Wands. Oh my god, and we have the Death card too here. But I mean, there's like so many cards here. But there could be possible Scorpio energy, like I keep saying. We have a lot of cards here, but I'm not going to take any of them. Okay, so, the Hierophant. I am going to take it as... Well, actually, I think a couple cards... You guys are all... It's all kind of mixed between the two of you. I was going to try to divide it in the middle, but I feel like it's blend in. You guys could also just be having mirroring energies. So the Hierophant here is the Taurus. We have the Taurus. Like I said, the elk could possibly be a Taurus. I'm definitely getting Taurus vibes. They also could be a Virgo. The tarantula could be a Virgo. We also have air sign here, but not as much, so there could be a little air sign somewhere. We also have a lot of fire and earth. So I'm definitely getting earth is either represented for the Virgo or the Taurus. And then the wands, I think that's just talking about the action within this connection. I don't think it's representing a specific person, because if that is the case, then there would be some sort of main card that has fire in it. So I think this is more just talking about the action or the situation that is being led. So I definitely think that the two of you had a lot of conflicts. I think you guys had a competition, whether it be from other people or within each other. Maybe you guys competed a lot, which is not healthy in a relationship. It's quite toxic. You guys should be working together, not be competing against each other. It only leads you guys to be feeling, not fulfilled at the end of the day. You guys only tear each other down when you compete. You guys should be lifting each other up. The Hierophant, I believe, is like what this Taurus, this elk, is like their higher self. Like, this is the person who they should become. Like, I think in their regular self, I think they're not mature enough yet. I think they have a lot to learn. But their higher self is this Hierophant, this person that trusts their gut, the person that listens to their heart, especially that it's right next to the emerald, that represents the heart chakra. Like, they learn to have more intuition. They learn to listen to their gut. They learn to listen to their second mind. Like, you know, listen to their heart and what their heart feels and understand why their heart feels a certain way. And understand their dark sides, understand why they think a certain way, understand how they're feeling. I think this elk could possibly in their regular life could be quite judgmental. They could be superficial, maybe judging people for the way that they look, or if they look a certain way, maybe are a little bit controlling when it comes to that. Maybe they make comments like low-key comments trying to persuade you to look a certain way, like, oh, you're gonna cut your hair, or like things like that, or like, oh, like you're gonna paint your nails black, and then you're like, yeah, is that a problem? It's like, it's a little bit controlling. I don't think they're like, oh no, I'm not trying to control you or whatever, but like, that they are by the way that they just, their tone, and like, you just feel it in their, like, your subconscious is trying to tell you, like, I think there's a lot of potential and a lot of, there's a lot of potential for the two of you away from this connection. And it's up to the both of you to, take advantage of this separation and take advantage of the benefits. And I think the tarantula has gained all of the benefits from this so far. I really do think that they are on their way of a transition and changing for the better and like growing from this connection. Each relationship is, if things don't work out, it's not a waste of time. It's the potential to grow. And I feel like this Taurus hasn't quite understood that. I think they are, just kind of playing the victim and being like, this was such a waste of time, and like trying to like, make people feel bad for them, and like I understand like it's a really difficult situation, and like you want people's sympathy sometimes, like, it's fine to be the victim for a little bit, because, you could have been actually a victim, and like, but sometimes it's not good, because then you take that role, and that you hold on to it and you don't let it go. Like, obviously, there are victims out there, and they are, they have every right to be, the victims in a situation, especially difficult situations. Like, if they feel wronged, if they feel, in any way, like, it's valid. And just because I'm saying, like, oh, playing the victim, I'm not trying to, like, invalidate your feelings, but I feel like there is a time, there is a time where you should realize that enough is enough. Enough is enough of feeling sad, feeling worthless. Like, you need to change your own mindset. Like, you can't hold on to these self-limiting beliefs forever. Nobody else is gonna help you besides you. You need to change that within yourself. No matter what anybody says, like, they could, say all these self affirmation, or not self, they could like reassure you and like be nice, say all these nice things to you, but unless you believe it, like, it doesn't, it won't help. You have to do it yourself. You have to change your beliefs yourself. I think there was a lot of problems in this connection. I think you guys butt heads a lot. I think you guys might have argued a lot. I think there was a lot of toxic traits within this connection. This Virgo, whoever this Virgo energy is, could be the tarantula. Possibly what they were like in this relationship. the Hermit is, especially, it says for this deck, like the meaning for this, I'm pretty sure the original is introspection, but that might just be upright. But the Hermit in here talks about isolation, foolishness, and withdrawal and depression. So maybe you're like, maybe this Virgo, whoever this Virgo is really has not taken it well, and they're not reaping any of the benefits of this separation. They're not seeing things for the better. They're not seeing that, this separation might have been for the better. They're not understanding that. They think like it's the end of the world, and like they're isolating themselves. They just, feel bad for themselves, and they're not like, they want others to feel bad for them as well, and they just want to be sad for like, forever. They're feeling withdrawal, like, and maybe also feeling like they're allowed to explode on people, or that it's like okay for them to act a certain way because they are the victim. And it's not right. Just because something bad has happened to you doesn't give you permission to act bad towards other people. I know it's very difficult to control those feelings, and I know it's very difficult to understand that. It has taken me some time to understand that, because I was in that position at some point where I felt like I was so angry and I had so much built up rage that I just wanted to take it out on everybody else around me. And it's not fair to the people who haven't hurt you. They aren't the ones that have hurt you. You need to communicate how you're feeling with these people. You have to talk, you have to communicate, you have to talk with yourself. You have to understand how you're feeling first. You need to look within. Turn this Hermit upright. You need to take action. Stop. It's enough is enough. Maybe you're feeling really depressed, and like, obviously that's a very valid feeling. Like, you are allowed to feel that, especially after a separation. Like, the separation is traumatizing. Like, it's a lot. It's like you never expected this to happen, and it's like, wow, like, life really can change. It changes. Things that you hear about actually happen. Like, like, and it's a lot to handle. It could be like traumatizing too, and like, obviously get the right help to help you see this out. And like, if you feel that it's the best thing for you to talk to somebody, and go seek out people to help you with your mental health to heal from this, like, more to you. It honestly, the fact that you're even putting in the effort to do something like that shows that you care for yourself. You have love for yourself, to go out and seek help for yourself. Just because you go out and seek help doesn't mean you're different, doesn't mean you're crazy, doesn't mean that you're mentally ill and that everybody like shuns you or looks down on you. Like, that's all your own insecurities. Like, I went out and seeked help. I talked to a therapist. I talk to a therapist all the time. Like, it helps. It helped me grow. It helped me understand, like, wow, like, it helped me it helped me understand a world I possibly could have never seen unless I went and sought out help. I wouldn't be the person I am today. I wouldn't be so understanding. I wouldn't have been so like understanding of myself. I wouldn't feel so confident in myself. I wouldn't have loved myself so much if I didn't. I wouldn't have fixed my relationships around me if I didn't, So, kind of got sidetracked. But yeah, there's a lot of potential for the both of you, and I think you both should take it. With the Queen of Pentacles, like I said, I think whoever this Queen of Pentacles is, maybe somebody who has a little bit more of a feminine energy. I'm feeling that the Hermit and the Queen of Pentacles have some sort of connection. I feel like these two are the same person. Could also be these two people, or like this is just one person. This is representing just one person, or this is just representing one person. So this could represent either the Taurus or the Virgo. I have a little bit more feeling that it's the Virgo, and this is like the Virgo's higher self. But yeah, that Virgo is quite judgmental about other people, and it goes to show that person's very insecure. You know, that person has a lot of insecurities that they need to see and work out, you know, and that's fine. Like, everybody has their insecurities. Like, I used to be so insecure. Oh my god, I couldn't even like talk to people, and I, you know, I realized that that's not the way to be. I realized that that's not, I don't like feeling that way. I don't like being that way, you know? And I noticed I surround myself with people that were like that too, because I was that way. And I decided, as soon as I went through that whole transition, I dropped all of them. I wasn't friends with any of them. Like, I wanted to fix things with them, but then I realized that even when I tried fixing things, it always came back to my boundaries being crossed. You know, these people would talk crap about me behind my back constantly, even though I wouldn't do the same to them. It was really like just toxic. And once I found more love for myself, once I found more confidence within myself, I dropped all those people. They weren't for my highest good. And that's the same with this connection. If whoever this person is, this judgmental person, isn't for your highest good, then that's just how it has to be, you know? Like, they aren't meant to be in your future, the future where you have more love for yourself. Seven of Pentacles, that's weird. The Seven of Swords, this upright talks about like being mischievous and not taking accountability, but in reverse is talking about taking responsibility and taking accountability. I think you guys have both the potential, of becoming more mature from this separation, understanding yourselves better, understanding like how to take accountability and how to own up to your mistakes. You know that everybody makes mistakes. And I do see a lot of travel. Like, somebody's going to be traveling. I don't know who it is. Somebody's fleeing. I think one person's like, I think the Taurus or the Virgo person is just trying to like flee. They're just like, I'm out of here, going. And the Page of Wands, whoever this Page of Wands represents, this person's like, I feel like they're more on like they're going to travel. I mean, it could be the same person. If you notice, they're wearing the same color, which is interesting. You also could possibly be taking accountability as well. So, with the Six of Swords, this card represents like steering out of rough waters into calm waters. So, this person could just be, moving. But I'm also kind of getting an aspect of like possibly this Virgo might run away when things get hard. I feel like that possibly could have happened or occurred in the relationship. Maybe that was during the relationship and that's not happening now. That was more of just like another shadow aspect that person had. And now it was more of like the opposite person. Possibly the tarantula was like, okay, now it's my turn to leave. I'm done being abandoned. Now it's my turn to leave. They're steering into calmer waters for the better, finding, having a more peaceful life for themselves. And taking action to steer themselves into that direction. Kind of reminds me of the Chariot card. They are they're taking action. What else? Switching down, switching down. Ace of Wands. So inspiration, potential, creation. Oh my god, enthusiasm. So I want to leave things on a positive note because I felt like I was also being quite negative this reading. I don't know what is going on with me. I feel like I'm reading a lot of like toxic like relationships, especially with this like separation video. But I want you guys to both know, like, whoever you feel that you are, my viewer, my dear viewer friend, know that it's different now. This is in the past, this connection, or it will be in the past. And you're on your way for greatness, and take it. Like, go for it. You have everything. You have the ability to do so. Nobody else can take that away from you, or do it for you. You have to do it yourself. Like, this is for you and only you. I think also you're opening up to being more creative, possibly getting into new hobbies. I think that's for the both of you. I feel like this is just very mirrored. You both are being mirroring each other. You're starting to, like, find more creative aspects. I think you have I think the tarantula has so much potential for greatness. Like, they start a new life. Like, everything, they got a redo. Like, they started over. And they're starting to explore now. They're exploring the world now. They get to see things that they never had before because they're not stuck anymore. They're living life to the fullest, and they're ready to go. Like, they're ready to live a different life than they had. And I think they're going to be doing more things now. I think maybe they used to be lazy, but now they're like, this separation changed my life. This, they they opened their eyes and they saw like things had to change, and they saw that they needed to do more for themselves. They needed to go on adventures, like do more things, do more hobbies that makes them happy, do the things that make them happy, do your dreams, make your dreams come true. Like, do the things that you want to do in life. Don't tell yourself that you gotta wait, or you gotta, like, you can't do it because of some BS reason. Like, go do it, and that's the same for the elk too. Like, come on, elk, like, you got it too. Like, people change, you're not destined. You have so much potential to become this hierophant. You just gotta listen to yourself. Like, listen to your deep, the person that is within you. Like, listen to your gut. Listen to what your shadow self, understand your shadow self. Listen to the person that's in you, stop ignoring the help. Listen to what the words are saying. It's only trying to guide you in a better direction. Find the balance between, your intuition and your mind. I think the elk has great potential as well. I think it's just going to be a little bit harder for them to obtain that. I feel like it's going to be a little bit slower, but they have the potential. They can do it also. They need to stop limiting themselves and stop being closed-minded. You got it. Go for it. Okay? All right. So I'm going to clear the board, and we are going to pull your charms, and that will be... Oh, wait. We need to pull some messages. Shit. Sorry about that. Okay. The Hierophant. Let's pull some messages for our Hierophant buddy. 1. Okay, we got... I'm jealous of your style. Okay, I definitely think they were jealous of you, and that's why they, like, kind of controlled you with their insecurities, or, like, put a lot of their insecurities onto you. But I think the tarantula is starting to find more confidence within themselves and not letting those insecurities get to them anymore. We also got sheep. Maybe they also, like, are very influenced by other people. This Taurus, the elk. It could have also been the tarantula, like, while they were in that relationship together, whether it was a friendship or a partnership. You both were, like, very easily influenced by other people to the point where, like, you know, the Taurus, the elk, like, they suppressed it and then pushed it onto you, you know. But you're not, the tarantula's not going to allow that to happen. You know, they are sticking up in their own power to end the cycle. Okay, 6 of Swords. We got can't breathe. Maybe somebody's really stressing out today, and, like, maybe you're feeling like my tarantula. I feel like this is my tarantula. Are you good? I know obviously you're not, because this is a difficult situation. The separation is very hard, and I understand, like, you know, of course you're not gonna be good. But if you ever need somebody to talk to, like, you know, message me in the comments, girl. Like, I'm here to listen you out. Like, tell your story. I'm here to listen. And I understand what it's like where you can't breathe. Like, you feel so overwhelmed and stressed out. And girl, take a break. Sit back, relax, take a shower. Do some self-care, you know. Pamper yourself. Love yourself, okay? We got read it in a book and write in a journal. Definitely write in a journal. Write those affirmations, Virgo, bro. Whoever this toxic, just a wee bit toxic Virgo, please, you know, write in a journal and write some of the things that might help you. You know, write what's keeping you feeling like a victim. 5 of Wands. We got airplane. I definitely am getting some traveling. Maybe you guys travel together because we have tropical drinks underneath it. So maybe you guys like, or maybe somebody's going to a hot climate weather where they're gonna drink tropical drinks. We got Queen of Pentacles. One. It says rough times ahead. I feel like that's for the and we got consistent. I feel like that's for the Taurus or the Virgo person. I think that's for the elk. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that's for the elk. They have a lot ahead of them to learn. They still have a lot to learn. And tarantula, that's not on you. That's not your problem. You know, like, this person has to learn a lot, and you are already have learned so much. It's going to take them a while, but I feel like they're on the right path too, you know. So it kind of sucks that it took them to fully understand that you had, like, for them to fully understand it took a separation to happen, but, you know, that's just how it had to be, you know. they can't, sometimes people just can't learn until you have to leave them, you know, and it's really sad, but it's like they need a wake-up call. So consistent, I have a feeling that now after, this is more of like after the fact. This is, the 3 cards are like more of like after you guys separated, they're going to be more consistent. That could be them, or that could be you. You become more consistent, you become more dedicated into your goals, being more consistent in your dreams, not putting them aside and, you know, working on them in once in a while, or not even working on them at all. Being just more consistent for you, being more consistent for yourself. 7 of Swords. We also had green eyes come out, but I didn't fully take it out. Maybe this person has green eyes. Okay. 1, 2. It says the end is near. Maybe you guys haven't separated yet. And I think this is a sign that I think if you needed an answer on whether to stay or go, because the 8 of Swords reverse actually talked about that a little bit. If you need a sign to stay or to go, I'm letting you know now that it's probably best if you go. Because I know I said, oh, like, this person's running away from their problems, but, like, I think it's only the best way for you both to grow, you know? Because I feel like you guys are just constantly fighting, and it's not doing you any purpose. And it's better to just end things now rather than hurt more in the future. Page of Wands. One, two, three. Okay. It says, I dream about you. Okay, so I think this is, and it says also on the back, I love how mature you are. I think this is your higher self talking to you. It's saying, like, you're following your dreams, you know, like, you're going after your dreams. You have dreamt about this moment where you're gonna be in the place that you want to be. You're gonna be where you want to go. Like, there's no limiting, there's nothing holding you back anymore. Like, you have everything in your power. Go. Like, go after it. And it also says, I love how mature you are. Maybe you're becoming very mature and, you know, very wise, and having a lot more, you know, knowledge about everything. Knowledge about relationships. You grew a lot within them. Okay. Let's now, it also says read and journal. We have another message. Please journal. Which is important. Okay, if you want to take a picture, take a picture. Now I'm going to, I mean, that could also be that the person is dreaming about you, but, you know, I don't want you to have hopes that just because they're dreaming about you, that, like, you know, things will change. Because if this person hasn't changed before when you ask them to, they ain't changing at all. You know, they ain't listening. You know, if you had to tell them twice, you know, especially 3 times, they ain't trying. Okay. Right, I have the charms bag, so I'm gonna shuffle a little bit. Let me see, we got here and there. I'm gonna shuffle a little bit, and then I'm gonna pull your charms. Okay, we had a P still stuck to me. P could be important. We also got the 11th. We got 11, number 11. We also got 8. Oh, crap. Was that 10 before? Or was that 90? Crap. I'm pretty sure it was 90. And then it was 8. But we also had 10, so I'll just talk about 10 too. 10 is basically like the end of things. That's what that number represents more specifically. Let's read a little bit about it. So 10 keywords, the number 10 says completion, end of a cycle, and renewal. So like basically like, you know, this relationship is finished, and you know, now you guys are both on different paths, and that tarantula is now going through a renewal. Like they're clean slate, like everything's being wiped away, and not that your past isn't, you know, not that you're not going to learn things, not that the past is always going to be there. The past is still so important. That's how you make history, and that's how you learn from your past. But you're not going to let your past hold you back, you know? Okay, so RT could also be in initials, possibly mean something to you. We also have the numbers 8, 11, and I'm going to say 9 as well. So 8 represents mastery, action, and accomplishment. So you'll probably be achieving a lot more accomplishments, you know, especially chasing after your dreams, chasing after the things you've always wanted to do. 9 is fruition. Fruition. Oh my god, I cannot say that. Attainment. Oh my god. Attainment and fulfillment. So you guys are feeling more fulfilled in your path, your goals, your life. You're achieving more. Especially the tarantula, you're accomplishing more. You're having more abundance. You know, 8 is like abundance. You're having more there for yourself. You can do anything, you know, especially now. You have everything in your willpower to do whatever it is that you want, you know, so go after it. Don't wait, like, go do it. Get what you want, girl. Like, you got it. We got Cancer. You could possibly be a Cancer. I think Cancer was in the Chariot. So I think this is just representing like the Chariot card. It says imaginative, having more imagination of what the possibilities you could have for your future. Maybe you want to ride a sailboat. Maybe you always wanted to own a boat and sail the world. Maybe you sold your house to have a boat to sail the world. Go for it, you know, like whatever your heart desires. No problem. Maybe that was the last message you sent to the person. RT could be initials. We got L. We got V. Could be initials. We got C. I just thought of RV, like getting an RV. I don't know why. LVC. That could be initials. We got, I feel like this is representing like the evil eye, the having like intuition, finding intuition. I think this is for the elk. This is something that they need to find, you know, intuition within themselves. They need to find that higher self. They need to be more in tune with their higher self. AMR, that could be initials. That could also be um, traveling by train, maybe like AM track, like traveling like by train, traveling the world like that. I also see ugh, like bothered by something. I see a fish. I usually take that as Pisces energy, or there's plenty of fish in the sea. We got XP, having more experience. Like, maybe this relationship was just experience, you know. It sucks because you don't wish that it was. You wish that it, you know, could have lasted forever and, you know, had a future with this person. But at least it's some experience to help you learn how to do better in your next relationship. Relationships over time only get better and better. The more you heal and learn from them. So I just see ugh, like annoyed. Maybe you don't want any other fish in the sea, like you just are not over this person, and I'm letting you know now, like, trust me, there's somebody else better. There's somebody else better out there. There will always be somebody better. You know, go out and seek them. It's up to you, obviously, to know when you want to settle, but do you really want to settle for somebody that you constantly are fighting with and can't, you know, you can't ever resolve things? Their name could be Nick. We have NK here. They could also be Nicole and like have their last name or something. We also got K, another K here. They could have a K name. Maybe one of the names is K and it's right next to the intuition, so maybe the elk name starts with a K. We got a mermaid. Whenever I see the mermaid come out and the Pegasus, I see it more of like imaginary and like imaginative, like having imagination to what you want to achieve. Like, you know, the sky is the limit, you know, like literally there's so much potential and just literally anything is possible. Like even it's like even like mermaids, you know, like even like a mermaid's possible. Like anything is possible. Don't limit yourself. You can achieve whatever it is that you want. Yeah, I feel like you guys both also aren't talking much. I think maybe it was some dry text that you sent, and that was the last thing that was ever said. And that's fine, you know, like this person, you guys are probably going to take time away from each other and it's going to be a couple months, but you know, you guys can end things nicely and later on reach out and be like, hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. And that's it. And you know, like it'll help you move on further. You know, don't take them back. Respect yourself enough. If it ends, it ends. You know, once, close that door. Don't let them back in. You know, if you close the door, remember you can't open it back up. Because they're always gonna try it and come back, you know. Yeah, so this was your reading, pile 3. I hope it has helped you in any way possible. I really hope it has. I feel like I've been quite negative lately. I don't know why. I need to find more like positive things. I need to be more nice and positive. So I apologize for that. I hope it wasn't too bad. And, you know, give me any criticism in the comments. Obviously positive or constructive criticism I would love to hear. I'm always trying to do better. So I would love to hear it. And, you know, if anything resonated, please let me know. I would love to hear it. So, thank you. See you in my next reading. Bye-bye.